Lead attorney here. Hope you guys are doing well, man. Listen. Oh, man. Is it going to be a lawsuit? That's what everybody is asking me. Oh, struggle streaming already. How are y'all doing? Can y'all hear me? Are y'all staying warm? Man, we are gonna go over this. My homeboy hit me up, sent me the link, said, man, look what's going on. And then ever since then, people have been wondering, is there going to be a lawsuit? This is crazy. Now, lawsuits are not wholly unheard of between YouTubers. I covered the Tasha K. Cardi B lawsuit, which also included some defamation. It included some crazy statements. And you will remember that because of those crazy statements, Tasha K was ordered to pay $4 million. Tasha was ordered to pay $4 million to Cardi B. Now, as crazy as it sounds, Tasha K kind of ended up winning the case. Why? Because she bankrupted. She bankrupted them for $4 million. She only got to pay like $1 million, but she making like $1 million a year. So she really skated on the other $3 million. In fact, Cardi B paid more in attorney's fees than what Tasha K is going to have to pay Cardi. So really, Cardi came out losing. It's funny how the piece of paper can say you get $4 million, but you end up losing the case. Anyway, she won on paper. We are going to talk about this, guys. Everybody has been opining about this Anton Daniels, Corey Holcomb situation. It's really lit up the internet. This is a great way to start 2026. It's kind of like a mini version of the Cat Williams, Shannon Sharp stuff, right? And with this episode, people were saying, man, it appears that Anton is setting up a lawsuit. That's what a lot of people were saying, just by the words that he was speaking and whatnot. So people, of course, started flooding my comments, my DM, sending me emails, sending me the links to this thing, saying, hey, you need to review this. You need to go over it. Something's going on. Now, we are going to go over it, but let me just say a few things. All right. Number one, as someone who spent 25 years as an attorney, I never want things to go to court. Some things have to go to court. They have to. But you never really want them to go there. You would hope that, talking, people can talk it out. If there's, apologies or retractions or a little money that has to change hands in any certain cases, you would hope that it works out that way. Filing a lawsuit, a lot of times the only winners are the attorneys. In fact, in that Cardi B, Tasha K lawsuit, well, I want to say, Cardi B's attorneys, they were the actual winners. They got paid the most to anybody. So a lot of times when y'all go to attorneys and y'all hire us, sometimes we're really the only winners, right? So you would hope that things don't spiral out of control. However, there are many times in life when things are not going well. So you gotta sometimes you gotta call an attorney and figure out what the heck's going on, man. I don't know. So we're gonna get into it. We are on the back channel, all right. We are not on the main channel, and I'm trying to get away from all this craziness myself, man. It's crazy out here. So y'all are loving these body cam videos that I'm doing. I have a lot more. It's a lot easier over there. Ain't nobody really taking shots like you see over here in this sector. So this is on the back channel, all right? I think I did a post on it, but this ain't gonna get thousands and thousands of views. This is just for us, all right? Don't tell anybody about this. There's only 180 people in here. This is just between you and me. And we are going to go over what judges think about and what attorneys think about when you have a situation like this. All right. None of this is legal advice. I'm not saying that Anton should file a lawsuit. I'm not saying that he shouldn't. I'm not getting in it. I'm just saying when attorneys see stuff like this, what do we think about? Because I've heard what you guys have to say. Some of y'all think he should file a lawsuit. Some of y'all think that, oh, you can't control how someone responds. Anton was talking a lot of BS, so he deserved this. That's what some of y'all are saying. In fact, let me, I'm on the wrong channel. No, I'm on the right channel. Am I on the right channel or the wrong channel? I want to do a poll, and I want to see if you guys think, why am I unable to? All right, let me switch. I said I'm on the back channel, but I have my regular channel pulled up. All right, let me put up a poll, and I'm gonna say, do you think Anton should file a lawsuit? All right. Yes, no, undecided. We'll put an undecided in here. Right. And I want to see what y'all think about it. Y'all hit that poll. While y'all are hitting the poll, first of all, hit my like button. All right. We're slowly growing. People are slowly finding out about this. So y'all hit the like button and let me see who is in here. Also, let me do this because I got to watch y'all. Sometimes y'all get really spicy in the damn chat. Let me do this right quick. Customize it, and then we're going to get into it, guys. All right. Now, where are we at? Let's take a look. Everybody knows what happened, right? Everybody knows about the S my D and all, you kiss my ass and all this and all that, right? We all know about that. And then we know about the fact that, Anton, he was talking his stuff for a whole week. And I'm sure people were lighting Corey up. Like, hey man, do you see Anton's on this podcast? Do you see Anton's on that podcast? He on this podcast. He talking about he would have did this to you. He talking about he gonna make this much money from you. So Corey had to stew in it for a whole week. His show only come on like once a week, right? Anton push out 10, 20, 30 videos a day. So Corey really had to bite his tongue and he had to come with it. Now, Corey was ready. It looked like his production team wasn't really ready. It looked like he was really frustrated as a production team. They had a week to prepare. And it seemed like his production team was letting him down. But that's okay. Corey said, F it, I'll do it live. And Corey got crunk. Corey was talking about the girl Mecca. Y'all saw that video that the girl Mecca did. It was a little bit weird, right? What do y'all think? What did y'all think about that? She didn't even mention Anton's name, and she was really ingratiating herself with Corey. And it seemed like she really wanted to be on that damn show, which is a great show. I've been on the show. But it seemed like she was almost taking, I don't know. Anyway, he was dogging her out. So it was weird that she was trying to ingratiate herself with him when he was trying to light her. He was like, hey man, you want to get on the show? Fine, you can get on this. I was like, damn. But that's Corey. Somebody write 5150 in the damn chat. That is Corey. He ain't no shame in his game. So it's weird that you're trying to throw your man under the bus to get with, I don't know. Anyway, I don't know nothing about it, so I don't know nothing about that. Then, though, of course, mm, Corey was talking about Anton's wife. Now, I have seen, I think, in passing, Anton's wife on a random video here or there, but it's not like they're co-hosts or anything like that. So it's, she is on, I guess, on camera from time to time. Maybe I've seen her once or twice in a year or something like that, but it's not like she's there every day. So it's not like she tries to put herself on camera. So Corey was trying to reach back behind Anton to grab the wife. But then he went further. He went past Anton, past the wife, and then he started grabbing the child. Now people say, "Oh, lead attorney, she's 16, she's 17. It's not like she's 8 years old." Fine, it's not like she's 8 years old. She's a child. On the streets, lead attorney, if she's 17, she's good to go. I don't care what y'all say about the damn streets. If you are not 18 or above, you are a child. Somebody write child. I know it hurts you guys. It hurts some of y'all to say. Some of y'all were doing some roguish things at 17. You were a child. You were a child. So we need to start off from there. All right. Corey's reaching behind Anton, reaching past, touch the wife, and then goes to the child. Now, so many people said, "Hey, man, Corey was justified. Anton was talking crazy, and you can't dictate how a person responds." And we're going to get into that. Do judges look at it that way? Do lawyers look at it that way? Do reasonable people look at it that way? Or, do street dudes look at it that way? Do lames and squares, attorneys, accountants? I am going to give you guys an attorney's perspective. Everybody's talked about this except for attorneys. That's why y'all beating down my door. So we're going to get it, but I had to put it on the back channel. You ain't going to fuck up my algorithm. This is messy. This is messy. Let me look at the poll right quick. What's the poll say? I said, "Do you think Anton should file a lawsuit?" Wow, 62% of y'all said no, Anton should not file. This is interesting, guys, because I'll be honest with you. If Anton files a lawsuit, generally speaking, he's probably going to be looking at I don't want to speculate. He could do a bench trial, jury trial, however he wants to do it. But this is interesting. I mean, y'all are community members. Now, y'all might not be his community members, right? Who knows if he's going to file in California, if he's going to file in Detroit. We could talk about all that. But the vast majority of y'all are saying that Anton should not file. Now, I'm interested to see if y'all think this way when I show this, and once we kind of get into it, I want to see if y'all's views change. But this is interesting. All right, now let me say one other thing too. This is just my perspective. All right. I have talked to Corey Holcomb when I did his show. I've never talked to him after that. When I did his show, he treated me extremely well. I was extremely impressed at the man that Corey Holcomb is, at least the man that I saw. Now, some of y'all are sending me some damn video when he's mushing some lady in the face. I didn't see that, Corey. I don't know what that lady was saying, but to mush a woman in the face. I mean, maybe we could talk about that. I didn't see that Corey, but the Corey that I saw, a gentleman. And, he gets crunk on his show, but after the show, extremely cool dude. He and Craig and maybe somebody else, maybe Darlene, I don't remember. I don't think Darlene would, but at least me, him, and Craig went out to dinner. Great conversation. I thought great human being. All right, that's the person that I saw that day. And even before then, I guess we talked on the phone or communicating via text or something. They bought my ticket out there, put me in a nice hotel, treated me perfectly. All right. So shout out to Corey. This is not to beat up on Corey at all. This isn't to praise him or to blame him. I'm just saying, I was on his show and he treated me with the utmost respect. And of course, I treat everybody with respect. And Corey was like, I'll reciprocate, brother. So big shout out to Corey. Big shout out to 5150. Similarly, I have worked with Anton. I've never been on his show, but he's come on my show a couple of times just via, calling in. I have met him in person. We first met, I think, at Kevin Samuel's funeral. And then after that, we collabed at least once down in Florida, in Fort Lauderdale. And, when Anton comes on my show, we collabed in person. Anton equally, an amazing human being, super respectful. Never heard him talking bad about anybody, And guys, sometimes your online persona, sometimes we gotta go hard for you guys. But when we just talking, both these brothers were extremely cool. Now, I have not talked to Anton about this situation at all. So don't think, oh, well, lead attorney said he's going to sue, or lead attorney said he wasn't going to sue, or lead attorney thinks he has a case. This is whatever I say is coming from me. None of this is coming from Corey, and none of this is coming from Anton or his family. I haven't talked to either one of these brothers about what has transpired. All right, so let me just get that out there along with, I don't represent any of these people and none of this is legal advice. All right, this is just education and entertainment. But I've seen so many content creators and so many people talk about this situation. No one has talked about it from the legal standpoint, which makes sense because I think I'm like the only black attorney that gets all messy with this stuff. So here I am. Y'all wanted it. Here I am. We're going to talk all about it. Now, let's kind of set the scene and see what our man is talking about here. This is a live that Anton did either yesterday or the day before. Y'all hit a brother's like button. And before we do that, let me praise you guys. Let me see who's in the chat. Big shout out to Jesse. Jesse V becoming a member. The beautiful Jesse V. Beautiful, like one of the beautifulest smiles I've ever seen in my life. People say I got a smile. No, Jesse's got a smile. Excellent. Just beautiful woman. Amazing husband, a trucker. Shout out to all the truckers. Thank you so much for becoming a member. We got our man Guy Incognito says Anton got the bottom of the bottle. Okay. Oh, not the bottom of the bottle. Jesus. Oh my God. Oh my God. Now, and this is, we're going to come back to this because this is, I don't want to foreshadow it, but this is something right here. I'm going to come back to this. Big shout out to Guy Incognito. Shout out to Gene. Gene Boatman says, wishing you all the best, lead. Will you make a video on the Rashad Richie and his fake law degrees? Man, there's this white guy, I don't know his name. He got what, 500 subscribers? He is lighting Rashad up. And then the black dude jumped in, Cam, he's lit him up. And then Nate the lawyer, he jumped in, lit him up. And they didn't leave nothing left for me. They said, Lee, no, we got Rashad. You go over here and talk about this nigga shit, all right? You talk about the goddamn Corey Holcomb time bullshit. We gonna leave that nigga shit to you. Let us get Rashad, all right? So here I am, all right? But big shout out to Gene. Man, those brothers, the two black ones and the white dude, they are on Rashad's ass. So I'll be honest, they ain't really leave much meat on the bone for that one. Thank you so much, G. Thank you. Big shout out to Coach B, the CEO. Thank you. Thank you. What does our man say? He says, so glad we get to hear your take on this situation. In your course, you suggest to avoid conflicts such as this. Let's go. Yeah, man. Now, I don't want to get into the course because it's double-edged. In the course, I explained to you guys how beef can be profitable. Unfortunately, your boy has been in some beefs. And I'll be honest with you, I made a lot of money on beefs. A lot. I don't know how much I made, but I'll tell you, there was a woman I was beefing with. I went live on her and made $100,000 in that stream. I used her. Shout out to Tashi. Okay. I made some money on beefs. Them damn Fresh and Fit boys, they're getting canceled. But y'all remember 2-3 years ago, they hired a $2 attorney to come against me, the lead. They tried to give my ass, what, 10, 11 strikes. They tried to take my channel down with a $2 attorney. I was like, bitch, I'm an attorney. YouTube was like, we on your side, lead. Like, por supuesto. So yeah, you know, your boy made some of y'all were not rocking with Fresh and Fit, so y'all supported your boy. I done got some support with beefing, but you got to know who to beef with and who not to beef with. There are a few people that I would just never beef with. I would never beef with. You know, there is a whole beef sector on YouTube. And if you get into the beef sector, shout out to who knows Chaotic Truth. He came from the beef sector. Somebody asked Chaotic Truth what it is to beef. That's that Puffy song. Yeah, I don't want no beef. This right here, this is the whole, you know, I don't want no beef. It's all good until it's not. So you got to know who you beefing with. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think Anton knew who he was beefing with. And if I was beefing with Corey, I wouldn't have known either. I would not know Corey's gonna come after my children. I wouldn't. That's my bad. I was ignorant. I did not know you would go to the depths, which you did, Corey. Now, Corey, you know, he's got some wiggle room because he is a comedian, and we always give more latitude to comedians. But damn, there are people on YouTube that you need to leave alone. Now, again, when I worked with Corey, when I collabed on his channel, on his show, he treated me with the utmost respect. It would never cross my mind to beef with him. Other people beef with him, but he treated me like a total gentleman. Now, after this, we would never come to cross purposes. But if we did, I would be like, okay, I am not beefing with Corey. I'm gonna put Corey on my list. You ain't gonna bring my fucking kids into it. And I ain't even got no kids. So like, I'm writing Corey's name down. Corey goes on the no beef list. So you are exactly right, Coach B. Thank you so much, the CEO. There are certain people where it is never profitable to beef with. Now, is it not profitable if I sue? Well, now we're getting deep. Now we're playing chess. Is it checkers or is it chess? If I beef with you and then you go overboard and I turn around and sue your ass for millions, did anybody catch what Anton said about how much he had invested into his child? Did anybody catch how much Anton said he had invested into his child? Somebody write it in the chat if you caught it. As an attorney, it sounds like damages. I don't know. There's checkers chess and there's 4D chess. All right, shit, man. Anton, you know he a bag chaser. Look at his hat. I can't call it. So big shout out to Coach. My point is, if you don't know what you're doing, stay out of beef. But if you do know what you're doing and you can make it profitable, I can't tell you not to beef because I've been very profitable beefing, unfortunately. But you got to be careful. And there's no one who knows more about YouTube than Anton Daniels. So I don't think there's anything about YouTube that Anton doesn't know. All right, we're going to get into it. Thank you so much, Coach. A big shout out to Mauricio. Says, I don't know many people who hate either of them. You don't know many people who hate Anton or Corey? I know some Anton haters. And it's a ton of them. A ton. I know some people, he got 21, 22, 28,000 people in his Patreon, all right? There are people who will die for this man. But there are some Anton haters. All right. So Mauricio, I don't know kind of what you've been watching. And Corey's got a reputation that I have never seen, but he's got a reputation that he falls out with everybody. So I don't know, Mauricio, where you're coming with this, but thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. Thank you. Big shout out to C. I don't want to fuck your name up, pimp. Says Anton said he studied Corey. Well, evidently not enough, all right? Anton talked on his own daughter. It's Anton. Corey talked on his own daughter, did he? Shit. All right, big shout out to y'all be with these names. I can't even have my glasses on. Ibri Gad. Big shout out to Gad. Says Corey said he got money for all this ish. Anton now says, give me the loot, give me the loot. When Corey says I got money for it, that's such a bad, listen, as an attorney, 25 years, if someone come to me and say, Lead, I got money for you. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. You are very respectable. It's music to my ears. Like, to me, that's not a flex. I'm like, great, I got mortgages to pay. Give me the money. So Mr. Gad said, give me the loot. You exactly right. I got money for a lawsuit. But he was hot when he said it, though. So, we be saying shit, right? We got to flex on him. So I ain't going to hold Corey to that. But as an attorney, I want all of my clients to say that I got money for you, Lee. Well, come on in. All right, that makes me happy. All right. Oh, look who we got out here. Big shout out to mi reina, mi vida, mi amor. All right, becoming a YouTube member. She's a member on the other channel and a member on this channel. I'll tell you what. I will tell you what. I want to talk about this because me and Aina, she communicated with me. She left me a comment and it blew my mind. And it was specifically about this. Specifically. Now, she doesn't know really. She don't really know who the Anton Corey thing is, but she watched this video and she left a comment and it blew my mind. And it was such an in-depth comment that I'm going to make a whole video on it. And I think Anton's going to take it the wrong way. So Anton, don't take it the wrong way, brother, because I did not catch it. But I'm not even going to foreshadow it. But somebody write mi reina in the damn chat because Jesus, she saw this video in a way that no one else has seen it, from a perspective that no one has seen it. So I am definitely going to I'm gonna make a whole video on it. I'm not gonna do a live on it, but I'm gonna damn sure enough do in fact, let me where you at? Let me mod you up. Because you broke this shit down in a way that I have never seen. Big shout out to Classy Beats. Got Classy Beats in this damn thing. Let me mod you up here. All right. Oh, becoming a welcome to the Supreme Court. Thank you. All right, we're gonna get into it, guys. We got 1,500 people in here on the back channel. I thought it was only gonna be 30 of us. We ain't doing this on the main channel. Y'all ain't about to F my algorithm up with this ninja stuff. All right. Everybody want to talk about the Rashad Ricci stuff. No attorney wants to touch this. They're like, Lee, you fucking take it. You're black. Fine. Here I am, but I ain't gonna do it on the main channel. So we on the back channel still got 15 of y'all, 1,500 of y'all in here. So hit the like button if you can. Y'all bless me with the like button. And speaking of blessing me, I'm gonna hit this one. We're gonna move on. Big shout out. Somebody write it in the chat. Somebody write just the tip. All right, big shout. Lead attorney pause. Big shout out to the Tip Network. Blessing your boy with the 100 ball. Said big dog. Oh yeah, I'm a dog. I am actually a double dog, guys. Somebody write UGA in the chat. We send boys to the NFL every year. I went there for undergrad and law school. Therefore, I am known as a double dog. Big shout out to the Tip Network. Shout out to Scotty. Big shout out to my man Grover. Grover is running a community for YouTubers. And I went over there the other day and I shared some of my analytics and stuff because what they are doing over there is amazing. So if you are ever interested in learning about YouTube, go subscribe to their community. Before they had a community, I had a community, and where I help YouTubers, get online and get game and all that. And Grover was in my community, and he was, if I'm gonna be honest, he was one of the teachers. He wasn't like assigned, but like the stuff that he was saying stuff that I didn't even know. So please, if you want to know the game about YouTube, go check out the Tip Network's community. All right. Big shout out. Thank you so much. Thank you, Grover. Says Big Dog. I spent all night researching this issue for legal vulnerability for Corey Holcomb. You should have told me you were covering it. I would have slept. I really I've been thinking about it. I was like, man, this shit's messy as hell. Like, why I got to cover it? How many black attorneys are there on YouTube? It's me and Nate, right? And Nate left the nigga shit long. Has he ever covered it? So I was like, man, I see everybody's talking about this, but no one's coming from the legal perspective. I said, let me go on and do it. So big shout out to the Tip Network. Let me put him as the stream sponsor, guys. I always say the stream sponsor is the person who leaves the biggest super chat. So big shout out to the Tip Network, and thank you guys for shouting them out. And again, if you want to learn about YouTube, if you want the real game, the stuff that you can't find on these 5 ways to become a YouTuber, these little videos, check your boy out. Thank you so much, Grover. Thank you so much, Scott. Thank you so. All right, we're gonna get into it. All right, now I'm not gonna replay the whole fight. We've seen the fight. We ain't going backwards, we're going forwards. All right. And I'm not gonna replay the whole Corey, because shit. Corey started talking about that kid, started talking about the wife. When I was watching it, I was like, ugh, I ain't never beefing with Corey. Ever. You gonna take it there? I thought this was content. I was surprised. I mean, shit. I don't know. We're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it. Let's see how this has affected our man Anton, and we're gonna go from there. All right. Damn. That was loud. Sorry. Let me stop this. Y'all ain't got no sound. Listen, I've told y'all. Thank y'all for telling me, number one. Number two, I told y'all that I don't do this ninja stuff no more. All right, your boy's out of practice. Hold on, let me take this down. I'm sorry, man. Big shout out to the Tip Network. Thank you guys for letting me know ain't no damn sound. Uh I have let me how do I put the sound on? All right. Thank you guys. I'm sorry we didn't go too far into this. All right, here we go. Here we go. Thank you guys. All right. I could hear it. All right, can y'all hear it now?
Right. And so the thing that I try to tell people is make you make illogical decisions as the streets, as the culture, as the thing that we criticize the most. So I'm gonna just say this. I'm not gonna make it a long thing.
Big shout out.
I'm gonna be very, very clear, and we're gonna move on. I'm not gonna address it again. All right. So here's the thing.
Here we go. Here we go.
Since the beginning of time, I've always, my number one thing in life, above all, when I made the decision that I wanted to have a kid, and I said that I was only going to have one kid because I wanted to make sure that I poured every single resource that I could into the kid, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that is the purest thing that we can do, is that we can take care of our children. Our children are the ones that are our future.
Agreed.
Now, I'll give you a little bit of insight for those of you that may not be familiar with my daughter. USA team, at different points throughout the year, she's usually ranked about number 2 or number 3 in the country.
God.
Junior Olympian, probably has close to over 325 medals, of which 200 and maybe 80 of them are gold.
All right, let's stop the show right there. You know, I will be honest. I don't have any kids. All right, but I think I'm a smart dude. I'm relatively athletic. At least I was before I got sick. All right. I did my little 23andMe. It said that I have elite powerlifting genetics. All right. That's not me. That's what the damn genetic testing said. Your boy's 6'3", 240. I used to get it in. And I would hope if I had a kid, and I'm an attorney, right? So it's like, I would hope that, you know, my kid would have the brains and the bronze. But can I realistically say, oh, if I had a kid, my kid would have 300 medals? 300? That's insane. I don't care if it's 300 bronze medals. I don't care if it's 300 participation medals. 300 is insane. So huge shout out to the kid. But I will tell you, the 300 medals is as much of a reflection on Anton and his wife as it is with the kid. Because I'm sure there were times when the kid was bitching. Sure, there were times when the kid wanted to quit. And that's where the parents come in to back the kid up, to move the kid through those hard times so that the kid can achieve. Driving the kids here and there, uniforms, tournaments, entry fees, shoes, all that stuff. I already know that if your kid has 300 medals, you are a good parent. You are. This kid mentally is taken care of, physically is taken care of, spiritually is taken care of. You don't get 300 medals from a broken, traumatized child. You don't. You don't. So huge shout out to Anton and his wife for rearing. I want to say raise. Oh, wait, attorney, you don't raise a child. You raise farm animals. But I'm from the South. But I'll say rearing But then that sounds like backdoory. I can't get away from you. You don't get a child with 300 medals without raising her right. You don't. So Anton really, he's one of the kings of YouTube. He started kind of slow, but who's better than him right now? He's on top of the game. But I would say he's an even better parent. Just looking at the child. Oh, well, you don't know what goes on in their house. Okay, I don't. But the child got 300 medals. That shit ain't an accident. All right. I'm a guardian ad litem. I represent children. I try to take children away from their parents when there's abuse. I've been a guardian ad litem for years. I've represented 17-year-olds. I've represented 7-year-olds. I've represented 7-month-olds. I've been able to hold my clients in my hands. I've done the home evaluations, going over to their house at dinner time at 7 p.m., driving over there. It's all sketchy as hell. Pulling up in these damn ghettos, pulling up in these damn trailers. You ever been into a trailer at 7 at night? I've been there. I know a little something about parenting. So huge shout out to Anton Daniels. Jesus, 300 medals. That's insane.
Junior Olympian, probably has close to over 325 medals, of which 200 and maybe 80 of them are gold. Has traveled across the world representing our country, and is probably the sweetest soul that I personally know. Now, of course, we can be a little bit biased because all of our kids are the sweetest things to us. Those of us that are in our kids' lives and that are participating in our children's lives. But a very, very accomplished minor child, meaning that she's still a child. And one of the things that I tell my daughter every single day is that I want you to stay in a child's place. I never want you to grow up too fast. I never want you to be out here doing things that you're not supposed to do, because you have an expectation on your life. And so the thing that I've always done is try to protect my daughter against the world, from the world. And what this has shown me is that eventually all of our children, and she is still a child because she is an underage child, all of our children eventually will have to see how ugly the world is.
This is true.
All of them.
Y'all parents be hating.
Regardless of how we feel, regardless of what happens, all of our children will have to see, we'll have to see what the world is. What we as parents are supposed to do is protect them as long as possible, until they have to see what the world is.
Man, what? Somebody wrote, I don't think anybody doesn't like Anton or Corey Holcomb. I don't know what's going on. They left that in the super chat. King Sin is like, this is a straight fraud. Some of y'all are not feeling what is wrong with what this man is saying? I don't know. Some of y'all are not feeling it. And shout out to King Sin. King Sin been a brother of the channel from the start. Shout out to the Sigmas. All right. Shout out to all the fraternities, all the sororities. If you're in a fraternity or sorority, shout your fucking sorority out. AKA incorporated. Nobody gives a fuck about your shit being incorporated. Y'all always throwing that in there, and we don't care. All right, but shout your thing, and y'all AKAs, y'all fine as hell. Them Deltas fine as hell. I dated a Sigma for fucking, not a Sigma. What is it? What's the Sigma? What's the sisters to the Sigmas? The Zetas. I dated a Zeta for damn 5 years. She had thick thighs too. She used to run track. So shout out to all the fraternities, all the damn sororities. But y'all are not feeling damn Anton. I haven't heard one thing wrong that he's saying, Sin. Not one. I'm standing on it. All right. I'm trying to be impartial, but y'all are, god damn. Nothing this man has said has been wrong. Y'all are already on him.
Does, right? So this is what I'm gonna say. My focus right now, and then I'm gonna go ahead and get into the show. My focus right now is trying to figure out the psychological damage, impact, and trauma that has been done to my daughter. I pulling her out of school.
All right, so let's stop it right there. All right. What is he saying? He's saying my daughter has been traumatized. Period. And we're in triage mode right now. We're just trying to figure out the extent. Now, some of y'all are like, oh, well, you know, Anton shouldn't have been talking shit. Well, I think that's fair to say if it's Anton that's being traumatized. I think that's fair. If you're in mutual combat and you get some licks, you're in mutual combat. But was the child in mutual combat with Corey? That's what attorneys are going to ask. That's what judges are going to ask. That's what judges are going to instruct you as jurors. The jurors have to determine, was the child in mutual combat with Corey Holcomb? Because the child is sustaining damage. Right? So, you know, that number one, that's kind of the perspective of where we need to kind of look at this.
That has been done to my daughter. I pulling her out of school.
So there is an interruption in her education, something that is fundamental to a child.
Early therapy, making sure that she is protected, trying to see what the fallout will be as far as her having to be removed from some of her competitions.
Jesus.
Because of a lot of different things, including online bullying and psychological damage. There's a lot of fallout from what happens to my daughter's life because she is so accomplished. She has some of the greatest schools in the United States of America that has been seeking her out, scholarships, looking for her to join the team. She is on track to be a United States Olympian. She was supposed to be possibly in the next Olympics.
Amazing.
And I don't know how damaging this is to her psyche. I don't know. Who knows? This can be a lifetime of damage. We don't know what butterfly effect things that we do to our children. And the one thing that most fathers, Black fathers, try to do is they try to make sure that their children are protected.
Well, all fathers, but Black fathers included. Shout out to our white brothers, our Hispanic brothers.
That's what we do. As fathers, we don't really care what happens to us, right? Because that's just life. But we never, ever can imagine what would happen to our underage children.
All right. So Anton is really letting you guys know, hey, my child is a child, minor child, underage. I'm going to bring up this. I'm going to read some super chats later, not now, but I do want to bring up this because Blue is the man. All right. And Blue always calls it like he sees it. It blew back and says, listen, I'm not for what Corey said. However, if you don't want people to talk about your kids and wife on the internet, do not show your kids and wife on the internet. I do agree with this. I do agree. If I had a girlfriend, if I had a wife, y'all niggas never know. First question y'all be asking, what color is she? That's what Tasha K was. Oh, wait, what Tasha K said? She gonna find all the white women I'm fucking. She gonna find all the Asian women. She put me with the Asians. I've never seen an Asian naked in my life. I mean, not in real life. I was gonna make a race joke, whatever. Oh, I've never done anything with white women. Now them damn Hispanics are, shit. But for me, it's the black and the brown. Not even relevant. My point is, if you put people online, it's coming. What Dion used to say, hey, we ain't hard to find. You put your wife on the internet, she's not hard to find. Now, I will say this. I have seen, in my head, maybe, if you call me, I think I'm right, but I have seen Anton's wife online, maybe when Anton's walking through an airport, he's walking in the street or something. I've seen her maybe 5 times. But I will tell you that I have never seen his daughter online. Somebody let me know. Has he put his daughter online? I have never seen it. I didn't know he had a 17-year-old daughter. Damn sure didn't know she was going to the Olympics. Now, if I had a daughter who was going to the Olympics, I would tell you fuckers. I wouldn't show her, but I mean, as a dad, golly, you're supposed to keep that a secret? Some of y'all are saying y'all have never seen her, but then some of y'all are saying that you have. So I don't know. I can't trust some of y'all. Some of y'all be hating on Anton, but I've never seen the daughter, ever. I mean, Blue says he has. I mean, Blue ain't gonna. Blue, he gonna call it straight. I will say, Blue will call it straight. Somebody said 1,000 medals. All right, guys. Man, Anton is polarizing. He's like Trump, boy. Y'all love him or hate him. I've never seen him. But what Blue is saying is true. If you bring your lady up all the time, there's this one guy who I thought I was going to have to sue recently. And he talks about all the ass that he's getting. He talks about he's a player and this and that. And then, he gets the finest women. And then what did he do? He brought his girl online and everybody was like, does you? Now, it's not like all of our women are 10s, but for you to come out and say over and over that, you the man and you got all these women and, they're all beautiful. So what Blue is saying is exactly right. Exactly right. I do agree with that. And, I'm agreeing with this. I'm not just a spectator in this. I'm a participant. I am a YouTuber. I got a little 500,000 subs, so I know a little something. So Blue is right about this. If you bring your wife, if you bring your girl, if you bring your kids online, it's coming. It's coming. So Blue is exactly right. And I'm going to take Blue's word for it. Blue said that he has seen both the wife and the child online. Now, I've seen the wife online, like if they walking through the airport or something. I've never seen the child. But if Blue said he's seen it, I'm going to believe him. All right, let's go.
No matter what happens to us, we don't want anything. For those of us that are in our daughters' lives, we don't want anything to happen to our children. Under no circumstance. And so I don't know. I think that a lot of people don't really understand the impact. And I'm speaking to all of us, for all of us. We don't always know what the impact is to our children.
100%.
We don't know the psychological damage, the emotional damage, the wreck that happens in their lives when other people go after children. I thought that children was off limits.
Now, this is interesting. This is one of these things where it's like, I'm going to impose my narrative on you. I'm going to impose my rules upon you. I thought children were off limits. If you're going back and forth with somebody, you can't think anything. If you're in a boxing match, you can think nut shots are off limits, right? That's the rules. If you're in a street fight, they can hit you anywhere. They can bite, they can eye gouge. It's a street fight. Anton said, hey, let's go out back to the street. Anton could have got out there and Corey started biting his ass because that's a street fight. Well, you got street fights that occur in the street, and you got street fights that occur online. Corey let all of us know in his last stream that this is a goddamn street fight. So, and did y'all see that video that came out of Corey today? When he hit that woman in the face, like, ain't nothing out of bounds for Corey hitting women in the face, allegedly. That's what the video seemed to show. If you're a 50-something-year-old dude to punch a woman in the face, or maybe it was a mush, maybe it wasn't closed fist, but he got up under there. And Corey's a big dude. No woman can take Corey. I'm sorry. Corey's what? When I saw him, he was an easy 260, 265, 6'1", 6'2". What woman's going to take a 6'2", 265, 270 dude? Well, I know one woman. You don't know nobody. So Corey, I mean, if he hit a woman in the face, he might come after your kids. I don't know. Big shout out to Corey. Allegedly, I wasn't there. I just saw the video like y'all. But shit, not for some people, there's nothing out of bounds. There is no bounds. All right, let's go.
What? I guess not. I guess not. So my number one concern, and I'm gonna say this, and again, this is for all of the civil, awesome Black people out there and people in the United States of America that want to ensure that their children are protected. My number one goal is to always try to figure out how I can protect my underage child.
I can agree with that.
My underage child. That's all I care about. I could have never imagined in 1,000 years the psychological damage and the impact, the cries that I had to hear,
Let me just stand up for my man Corey for a second, because I just saw the little clip. Money Mar says, technically, she touched him first, though, so Corey was justified. Fair enough. Shout out to my man Corey. I just quickly saw the video. That whole thing could have been self-defense. So big shout out to Corey. Thank you, Money Mar, for correcting the record. I wasn't there. All right. Big shout out to Corey. He self-defense. All right, let's go.
My immediate concern was, oh my God, who do I call? But I couldn't call anybody because everything was closed at the time. So immediately pulling her out of school, immediately making sure that I go and assess the damage, trying to figure out if we're able to get her into the same competitions. Coming up, she literally just texted me probably less than 48 hours ago. All of the different competitions that she had lined up for this year. We were supposed to go to Great Britain. We were supposed to go to a lot of places. I don't know if we can still do that. I don't know if that's possible. Because I don't know if she has the their brain isn't even fully developed.
All right. And then, Tev is saying, no, she didn't touch him. She didn't touch him. Corey's wrong. She did touch him. Corey's wrong. She did touch him. Corey's right. I don't know. My big thing is don't sue me. Okay. I don't know. Was Corey in the right or in the wrong? I don't know. I don't care. I don't want to be. The point is, I don't want to be defaming. And we're going to talk about defamation. We're going to listen to about 2 or 3 more minutes of this. And then we're going to get into the legal perspective. But this is the type of care that you need to have. I saw a video that looked like Corey mushed some woman, but I cursory gave a glance to it. I don't know if it was self-defense. I don't know if Corey's in the wrong. So I'm not going to say Corey is an abuser. And I'm not going to say that Corey's an angel. All right? I don't know. All right. A lot of men would say, hey, man, if a woman touch you, you got to take the L on that. You can't punch her in the face. Some men live by a code. Some men will be in a street fight with you and bite your thigh. I don't know. Does Corey look like he lives by a code? He's talking about kids. Now, there is some, everybody's code is different because maybe he'll talk about kids, but it's clear he won't engage in backdooring. And I'm sure he could prove that his career, his livelihood has been stunted by his lack of participation in the backdooria. If he would have participated in backdooria, it could be the case that his career would be much further. But that's a line, that's a boundary that he has drawn for himself. So he does have codes. Maybe just everybody's codes are different. All right. But big shout out to Tevi. I don't know if the girl touched him or not. I don't know. Let's go.
Literally.
All right. We don't.
So crazy. See that?
All right. We don't want to see the.
I don't know if she'll be able to do that.
Well, okay. Let's go.
She was sending me her tentative schedule for the calendar year. I don't know if she'll be able to do that. I've invested millions and millions of dollars. Millions of dollars into the well-being of my child.
He has invested millions of dollars. And we're going to come up on this, guys. There's only really 3 big things that you need to show in a lawsuit of this kind. And one of the big 3 things, the last 3 things, is harm. Typically, you have to show harm. If someone did you wrong, but you didn't get harmed, how much are you going to win? $1. If the jury gives you $1, that's a nominal amount. That's a nominal judgment. Y'all have heard the word nominal. You get $1. What is Anton saying that his damages should be? He's not saying it, but if he were to say this in front of a jury, if his attorneys, his representation, if he decided maybe there was a claim after talking to his counsel, is he saying that he only invested $1 in this situation? What is he saying?
I've invested millions and millions of dollars. Millions of dollars into the well-being of my child. She's broken. She's broken.
That's harm.
So for me personally, I have to figure out what that looks like. And I'm willing to do anything to protect my child, to make sure that they get the best care possible, to ensure that hopefully hopefully she can recover from this.
All right. So we are hoping that this child is on the road to recovery. Now, it looks like some of you in the chat doubt that she was even harmed. And it looks like others of you in the chat will stipulate, y'all will agree that she's harmed, but y'all will justify it by saying, well, Anton was talking shit. And that's really, there's so many of y'all saying that's kind of it's a problem if Anton were to hire an attorney and the attorney kind of takes the sentiment of this, who's going to be on his jury? Regular people. We're all regular people. Y'all are listening to this, and the vast majority of y'all take the poll and hit the like button. But what's the poll say? The vast majority of people in the poll say Anton shouldn't even file a claim. And maybe he won't. Maybe he will. I have not talked to him about it. I am looking at this from the legal perspective. But if 60% say that he shouldn't even file and only 30% say he should, not great odds. Right? Now, let's get into this, guys, because there were some statements made. There were some statements made. Let me give me a second. Let me pull this up, because we are going to look at this from, again, the lawyer's point of view, how attorneys, how judges, how we all look at this. All right. Now, Corey was wilding out. And I'm going to read all the super chats. Thank you so much. And let me give a big shout out to my man. Give me 1 second. Give me get a big shout out to my man, BLJ. Somebody write BLJ in the chat. Sent me $50 on the Cash App. Said for the love of the game. Thank you, BLJ. And please, guys, if y'all love me, somebody with one L, somebody write Colette in the chat. Thank you so much, Colette. Thank you. You are amazing. I always shout out my girl Colette. So thank you. Big shout out to Colette and big shout out to BLJ. Y'all shout both of these amazing people out. Now, let's start from the very beginning. Corey has said some things about this person. We'll call about the daughter. We'll call her daughter. What's the first thing that you think about? The first thing that should come to your mind as to whether or not Corey should be in trouble for these statements is what? What's the first thing you should think about? Do you know? Let me pull this up right quick. Hey, let me stop this. I done forgot how to damn stream. What's the first thing that should pop into your mind? Bam. The First Amendment. All right. The First Amendment. This is the first thing. It's the first thing. It's the first thing that should come up. It's like, man, I can say what I want to say. God damn it. If Anton pissing me off, fuck Anton. If his wife pissing me off, fuck her too. Shit, if the kid, don't he got a kid? I can say what I want, right? It's the First Amendment. Numero uno. Right? Shout out to Simon said, well, I would fail law school. No, yeah, this is y'all's first day. All right. Your first day on law school. First day in con law. This is what we call con law, constitutional law. It's the First Amendment. The First Amendment of what? Of the Constitution. All right. So important stuff to know. It is one of the most important protections in America. Gives you the right to criticize others. Was Anton critical? Was Corey critical? You can speak harshly. Were these brothers speaking harshly? Expressing unpopular opinions? Blue was like, hey man, I don't really like what Corey was saying. However, but he said he didn't like it. And based on the First Amendment, you have the right to offend. Offend. Was what Corey was saying, was it offensive? Right? Now, this is really the critical part right here. It says you get to challenge power without fear of government punishment. And the First Amendment really goes, the primary purpose is to protect us from the government. Like Donald Trump or hate Donald Trump, you can talk bad about him. Like Joe Biden, like Obama, you can talk bad about these people. Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton. Where are the emails? Where are the emails? Well, where's the Epstein files? Nobody cares about Epstein. Where are the emails? Where's the laptop? You can ask all these questions. No one's going to come knocking at your door. No KGB. Right? So this is an amazing protection that we have. We see here that courts take free speech seriously. All right. So presumptively, that means by default, initially, what Corey says is protected, particularly when it comes to the government. Now, what's the problem? On his show, was Corey talking about the government? Corey wanted to know about what them white boys, what did he ask Anton? Tell me what the white boys, I can't do a Corey impression. What do the white men do that what did he say, that destroyed a nation? I couldn't even understand the question. And Anton was like, hold up, slow down now. Slow down. You're trying to get me to go on your narrative. Corey was like, and this is why I don't respect you as a man. Corey was preaching. This is when I started to lose respect for you. Because you're kissing the white man's ass. You don't want to talk bad about him. Oh, I'm kissing the white man's ass. You're kissing the white man's ass. Well, Corey Holcomb, you suck. Wait. I do what? Say it again. Say it again. Things got testy. Were Corey's comments that were directed at Anton, that were directed at the wife, that were directed at the child, were those words against a government, or were there those words against particular members of the community or the community, since they are all Black? The First Amendment has limits, okay? It doesn't mean that you can say anything about anyone with no consequences. You can say it, but there might be consequences. You can say it, but you are not necessarily immune, protected from civil liability. All right, speech cannot be evaluated for harm in private disputes. All right, so listen, the Constitution gives you a right to free speech, but guys, just remember, it is not a free pass. It is not a free pass. Now, again, you might be free from government punishment, but you're not necessarily free from civil accountability. And what does Anton always talk about? He always talks about holding people accountable. He even said that on Corey Holcomb's show. Corey was like, why don't you talk about white men? Anton was like, hey, I am an equal opportunity smoke giver, accountability holder. So is this Anton's way of maybe holding Corey to account if he decides to file suit, which he has not filed, and he may never file. But could this be a way? You know, you got criminal law that says, can the government punish this speech? Typically, no, because of the First Amendment. But civil law, did this speech cause legally cognizable harm to another person? And this is where we at. Did the speech cause legal harm to another person? This is where things start to break down. Now, there's a fundamental thing that I need you guys to know. Y'all are all my law students. This is first year con law, constitutional law. Welcome. Have a seat. No one has looked at this case like we're looking at it today. This is on the back channel and there are 3,000 people. So I got a big class. I was not going to put this ninja stuff on my regular channel. We're on the back channels. This is a lot more. I thought there was going to be like 50 people. So we're here today. You guys need to know something very important about the law. All right. You guys are private figures. Maybe you got a little Instagram account with 50 members. Maybe you got a little Facebook, 2,000 people, but y'all aren't huge influencers. Y'all aren't like me. Y'all aren't like Classy Beats. Y'all aren't like Instructor Mike. Y'all aren't like Anton. Y'all aren't like Corey Holcomb. Y'all don't put yourselves out there. Y'all go to work, come home, take care of your family. Maybe you go and party, maybe you drink, but you're not trying to get into the limelight. You're private. You get extra protections. People like me, y'all say wild shit to me, I gotta take it. Y'all say wild shit about Corey, he's a public figure, he has to take it. Shannon Sharp, we've saying a lot of stuff about that damn white girl that got him for 20 million. Shannon's gotta take it. Shannon took it. Girl hit him for 20 million and got his $100 million contract canceled. He took it. He's a public figure. Public figures get treated differently. By law, it's just harder for us to show the harm. We put ourselves out there. What did Blue say? I'm not going to be able to find it, but he said, you know, if you don't want people to talk about your kids and your wife on the internet, don't show your kids and wife on the internet. What is Blue saying? He's saying, you know, you've got your wife and she's behind the camera and you're kind of moving her towards a public figure. You're moving her towards the screen. You got this kid. I didn't even know he had a kid. But some of y'all are saying, yeah, he hasn't talked about the kid in a while, but he would talk about the kid. You're moving the kid towards the camera. It's bringing attention. So, no rules to be. So if you move yourself towards the limelight, you can't start crying when you start to get hot. These lights can get hot. If you're a private figure, you haven't done that. So people got to be more careful with you. I have to be more. You can say a lot of shit to me that I cannot say to you because I'm opening myself up. I'm opening myself up. I'm exposing myself, but you haven't done it. This is a key concept: public figure versus private figure. All right. We talked about this. Public figures, like YouTubers, we get less protection. People like you get more protection. Now, pop quiz. Is Anton's wife public or private? Anton does kind of show her on from time to time, but she's private. What about the kid? What about the kid? The child. Is the child a public figure or a private figure? We don't know for certain. It could be that this kid has a TikTok with 2 million people on there. I don't know. But assuming just a regular kid, even though the kid excels extremely in sports, if she's just doing extracurricular activities and staying out the way, she's private. Not a public figure. Assuming. All right. Technically, here's a definition here. A public figure is someone who voluntarily places themselves into public life, injects themselves into a controversy. All right. Examples: celebrities, Denzel Washington, politicians, Donald Trump, major influences, the lead, a major, large platforms, media access. This is very important, guys. This right here, the ability to respond, this is very important. If someone starts lying about me, apparently my black ass can get on a back channel and have 3,000 people in here to clear everything up. You can't do that. The vast majority of you cannot open up YouTube, get on a back channel, and have 3,000 people live to clear something up. So the law says, hey man, lead, you don't really need a lot of protection because you got a back channel. If someone talks bad about you, you can clear it up. You can respond. But regular folks, you go live and you got 3 people in the chat, you can't clear anything up. You don't have a big stage to clarify things, right? So this is a huge consideration. Now, what's a private figure? A private figure, someone is not really seeking public attention, someone not inviting scrutiny, not assuming reputational risk, has no platform to respond often. It seems like the child fits this definition to a T. Seems like it. Seems like the child did not want this public attention, did not invite this scrutiny. Anton invited it. Anton told this dude he was with the black community. Anton was inviting the heat. Anton said, let's go out back. I'll show you what it is. Anton invited him outside by definition. Did the 17-year-old even know who Corey Holcomb is? This girl wasn't looking for this. Anton, of course, is assuming all types of reputational damage, reputational risk. Half of y'all hate this dude in the chat. Did the girl put her reputation out there? Now, some of y'all are saying, well, Anton opened this up. Anton, let me not bury the lead. This is one of the most, this might be the most important thing I'm about to say on the whole stream. Did Anton put this child's reputation on the line, or did the child herself put her reputation on the line into the front? Guys, this is key. Did Anton draft her to the front lines, or did she walk to the front lines voluntarily? This is what judges are going to look at. Y'all got this street mentality. Oh, well, collateral damage. Anton shouldn't have been talking shit. Y'all are looking at it from a street mentality. That's fine. And it's a problem because y'all are going to be on the jury. But lawyers and judges, we don't look for a draft. We look for people who are going to raise their hands and voluntarily go to the line. Did you get drafted to the Army, or did you sign up for that Mustang and that $30,000 for the re-up? Did you get a depender? Shout out to all the dependers. Y'all don't even know what I'm talking about. When y'all say Anton caused this, You have to look. It's not about what Anton did, it's what the child did. Did the child put herself out there to become a public figure? Or did she not put herself out there and remain a private figure? This is so important because private figures have so much more protection than public figures. Y'all can say anything about me, damn near. I don't have any protection. I'm exposed. But a private figure, if I had a kid, I can't draft my kid. Generally. Then you got a little exception here. All right. But generally. All right. So, did the person voluntarily expose themselves? Does the child have the ability to respond? Anton said the girl was crying. Anton said the girl was in the doctor's office. Anton said the girl might be on her way to the hospital. Does she have a platform to respond? She might got a TikTok with 200 people. There was 25,000 people in Corey's chat. 25,000. Concurrent. If you look at the damn video now, it has over 300,000 views. 300,000 views. The girl might got a TikTok with 200 followers. She can't respond. She can't. Anton got 1 million views. She can go on his channel. Y'all didn't say that, but I know some of y'all would. Anton got 1 million subs. Just go on there. Right? Did she put herself out there to assume the risk? All right. So again, this is a little bit too technical, but public figures, you have to show that the person meant it. You have to show that the speaker, that in this situation, let's say Corey knew the statement was false or recklessly disregarded the truth. This is a high standard. But for private citizens, it's a low standard. It just means, man, Corey, he just failed to act reasonably. Listen. Do you think that Corey failed to act reasonably under the circumstances? Put a yes if you think Corey failed to act reasonably. Put a no if you're like, no, I think he was reasonable to talk about that girl in a sexual manner. And we're going to get to it. If you think that Corey acted reasonably, you really don't like Anton. Just say it. Y'all are not fucking with him. Man, the amount, y'all are like, yes. Are y'all trolling me? Y'all are like, hell yeah, he acted reasonably. 5150 all the way. Y'all are hardcore. Jesus Christ. Jesus. We got some no's in the chat, but you know. Some of you, man, we got a lot of 5150 in the house. All right, so this, just know, guys, this is a much lower standard. All right. So again, on top of the public figure, we have to address, and we did it in the beginning, but let's address this right now. The First Amendment argument is even weaker here because not only is the daughter a private figure, assumingly, but the daughter is a minor. Now, let's get this right out of the way. Let me set you fuckers straight. Some of y'all men, you know what R. Kelly say? Hey, R. Kelly, do you like young girls? And nigga was like, well, how young we talking? Prison. If you are 7 months or 7 years or 17 years old, you are a child. And maybe not in the streets. Maybe not in your grandmother's basement. Some of y'all nasty. But if you're 17, By law, you are a child. I don't want to hear nothing about, oh, it's not like she's 8 years old, lead attorney. She's a child. You might not like it. She might have C cups. I know some of y'all are on that. Doesn't matter what cup size she is. 17 years old, child. How young we talking? Child. Bright line rule, no discussion. Heard some of y'all talking about she's not 9. It's a child. Any child 17 years old, child. Thank y'all for writing it in the chat. Child. Yeah. Let's get that straight. Did I go too far with the C cups? I try to make it visual for you. Child. All right. Here, let me end this poll too, because it's getting on my nerves, and y'all already, Noah, y'all have already, y'all are like, man, Anton should not file this suit. All right, but there's the there's the results if you're watching. 3,000 people voted. 57% said no, Anton should not file. Only 29% said yes. So double the people said no. Double said Anton should not file, then said yes. All right. Now that we've got this straight, not only is the child assumingly not a public figure, she's private, but she's also a child. A child. Now, if you want to come at me, it's fine. You got more leeway. There's more tolerance for harsh speech. You can say a lot of shit about me. You can say a lot of shit about Anton. You can say a lot of shit about Tasha K, all of them. Because we're public figures. If they're like you people in the chat, y'all have more protection. It's very difficult. Y'all can file lawsuits a lot quicker. But man, there's another category. This category is for private individuals, and it has more protection. Man, when you talk about private minors, you can barely say their name. They are so fucking protected. You can barely say their name. Not only are they not putting themselves out there, they're children. They're children. Let me see if I can find this. Shout out to General. General says, man, Lee losing all of the 5150 that came because he came on set faking like he was a real one. Oh, I'm faking. By reading the law to you fuckers, I'm faking, right? The legal explainer. This is why some of y'all are not successful, all right? I'm an attorney. I'm just explaining the law. Oh, lead attorney, you're not a real one. You're not telling us the code of the streets. I took the bar. I didn't take the street code. I've been representing you fuckers for my entire adult life. You're not a real one. Nigga, get the I should kick you. I should sit you out for 5 minutes for talking shit. But I can't because I'm a public figure. So y'all can talk all this shit you want. All right, y'all can talk all this shit you want, but just know this ain't hate. A lot of y'all, Anton hating and shit. I'm telling you the law. for educational purposes. This is not legal advice. If you don't like the law, do not shoot the lawyer. I'm the messenger. Some of y'all, a few of y'all are confused. This is all I've been doing my entire life. I'm just explaining it. Y'all go on all these other content creators platforms and you just listening to fucking random opinions and then you come over here thinking it's the same fucking thing. I'm explaining to you how the law works. I'm not on either side. Lead attorney's not keeping it real. I swear to God. All right, getting back to it. In general, and again, haven't talked to Anton about this, haven't talked to Corey about this, no lawsuit might not ever be filed. I'm telling you guys how lawyers and attorneys think about situations like this. That is all. You're just getting a legal perspective. And what I'm telling you is that the people who get the most protection of all are private minors. Private minors. All right. Why? Because typically a child does not voluntarily enter into a public debate. Typically a child doesn't assume the risk. Typically a child does not benefit from publicity. Now, are there children who are public figures? Yes, maybe. What about the white girl that blew up TikTok 5 years ago, the Charlie DiMaggio girl? What she have, 300 million subs or some shit? She's public. She's public. There are super famous children who put themselves out there and start speaking on stuff. There are. So not all children receive this protection, but in general, children are considered private unless you can show some extreme circumstances. Oh, a shout out to Sober Skinny, Cash Me Outside. The Cash Me Outside girl. Yes, that's a great one. That's a great one. That girl, she got tatted up and started talking all types of shit. And she got, what'd she get? $10 million in a day when she turned 18? What'd I say? Some of y'all were waiting. Oh, lead attorney, you went too far with the C cups. Bitch made $10 million when she turned 18 on her birthday. But I'm going too far. But she's a child. Right? So typically, can a child be a public figure? Yes, but in general, they're private, and as children, they receive the most protection. Ooh, shout out to the new geeks. Says Greta Thunberg. Yes, that's an excellent. Greta Thunberg. Excellent. Well, yeah, she's a minor, right? She's grown now, but that's an excellent example. All right. So here we go. Just a quick, because we're about to get into the heavy part of the presentation. All right. Where we at in general? Does Corey enjoy First Amendment rights? Absolutely. But typically, First Amendment is for government protection, not for private civil lawsuit protection. All right. But there is First Amendment. So Corey's good right there. But again, you cannot say just anything to anyone with no consequences. And the First Amendment does not shield you from civil liability. All right. We talked about the public figure and private figure. You guys in general are private figure. We YouTubers are public figure. Y'all public figures. Y'all can wild out against us, but we have to be very careful when we talk about you fuckers. But y'all can go ham, right? And let's just say obviously that both Corey and Anton are public figures. But what about the wife? And Lord knows what about that daughter. All right. And we see people like me, Corey Anton, y'all have to really go ham on us for us to do anything. For you guys, y'all get so much more protection, but for kids, they typically get the most protection. All right. Now we're going to go deep. What did Corey say about this child? What did he say? Oh, lead attorney, he just basically said she was ugly. Was that it? Well, basically, she's unattractive. That's what she's heard it before. I've heard some of y'all say that. He just said that she was unattractive. Like, how can you sue? She's fine. Is that where it started and where it ended? What did he say? And just for respect, I'm not going to put this up and, I'm just going to kind of censor it a little bit, but, I'm going to get you the gist. He started off by saying, I'm a dirtbag. You got a picture of his daughter? What you already know. What does that show? When, and his production team is terrible. I don't know how Corey got all this money and, Anton got money, but let me tell you, Corey got money too. But Corey's outfit, not what he was wearing. People were saying that he looked like a damn blood. So I saw somebody in the chat said he looked like a blood tugboat captain. That's not going to mean anything to you, but go back and watch the film. He looked exactly like a blood tugboat captain. They'd be roasted in his chat. They'd be roasted. But what does it mean when he looks over to the production team and says, hey, you got a picture of his daughter? A child? It's already showing you that he has an intent to dox. An intent. And when I saw that, I was like, man, I can't believe Corey's going to put up some blurred picture of his daughter. Why that damn picture wasn't blurred? No Gaussian blur, no pixelation, no emoji over the face, nothing. Full-bodied. Child. So we're already starting off with the intent. Then what'd he say? He said, Anton, don't make no more kids. That B is going to be buying P like you after a while. That child. That B is going to be buying P like you after a while. What does that show? It shows or it implies that the child will have to pay for sex. He's implying that this child, apparently he's implying that the child will have to pay for sex, but he's talking about a child. He says, don't make no more daughters, dog. You got to make it where your blank comes out with a boy so he can make excuses for him. He's basically calling the daughter ugly. The daughter's full screen. You want to talk about identification? A full-bodied, unblurred picture. Had her up there. Corey says, "Get dude off screen." Called the child, the female child, a dude. What's he implying? Unattractiveness. Apparently. Now, maybe Corey, listen, all of this is just speculation. Maybe Corey would say something different. I'm not saying, as Corey would say, I'm not saying that I've talked to Corey and he told me all this. These are just my opinions of what someone might conclude when you say that B is going to be buying P like you after a while. What does that imply to you? I know what it implies to me, but it's my opinion. What is your opinion? Child. He was talking about that girl Mecca, who apparently switched the fuck up on Anton. Anton, man, Anton's got a really big heart sometimes, and some of these folks be switching up on him. They really do. And Mecca came out with a video. I was like, what the fuck is that? Didn't even say Anton's name. What she said? I forgive you, Corey, and I'll go back on your show or some shit like. It's like, fuck. She really want to be on the show. And then what Corey say? Was Corey like, oh, well, I thank you so much for accepting my apology? Was Corey like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I said that to you. Was Corey like, I should have never called you a bitch? Did Corey say that? Corey was like, if you want to get on the show, that's fine, but you got to get on something else first. You got to get on something. I'm like, fuck, this is the dude? You're dissing Anton for this dude? I don't think, Corey, I could be wrong. I don't think Corey give a shit about you. I really don't. I think he'll fuck you. I really do. I really do. But if you know, I've never talked to her. I don't even know who she is, but shit, if she talked to me, listen, I think you need to ride with Anton. I don't think anything good is over there for you with Corey. I don't think anything good. But, you know, shout out to her. I'm like, fuck. Corey's hardcore. He's going to tell you exactly how he feels. All right. He was talking to Mecca. What did he say about Mecca? He said, you ain't going to make no baby that look like that. Talking about fucking the girl, Mecca, not the daughter, Mecca. Talking about fucking Mecca. You ain't going to make no baby that look like that. Talking about Anton's daughter, implying again, unattractiveness, maybe, my opinion. Says, talking to Mecca, says, oh, you're a little short girl, though. You're going to give me a little swole, a little rut. He's attacking through Mecca. Through Mecca, he's attacking Anton's daughter's physical appearance. Right? Child. This was fucked up. Y'all remember what he said that was really fucked up? He was addressing the mom. He was looking at the camera, talking to Anton's wife. He says to Anton's wife, them nights where them other niggas ain't, them nights when them other niggas ain't, no, not niggas, I got it all blurred out. Them nights when them other bees, them other bitches ain't answering the phone, them niggas gonna call your daughter. When they get home from the club and the other women ain't answering the phone and they looking for a fallback, they looking for sex of last resort. They just going allegedly. They're just gonna call your daughter. Right? Now, and this is important, right? This is important. What does all facts say? Oh, he's a comedian, bro. He's a comedian. The comedian is stronger than the First Amendment. If the First Amendment won't save you, what makes you think being a comedian will? If the First Amendment of the United States Constitution won't save you, you think being a comedian will? When you're talking about a private figure who is a child and you are introducing sexual situations, sexual concepts, you are intermingling sex with children. But he's a comedian. You need to know that whatever occupation you're in, if you start mixing sex with children, prepárate. Prepárate, cabrón. Or like, get ready. It's coming. He's a comedian. Some of y'all, man. Shout out to Mr. I pulled this up. I didn't even know it was him. Shout out to Mr. Fantastic. Some of y'all are going to learn. Do you know who's going to be on that fucking jury? White people. Shout out to Anton. You think a 67-year-old white woman is going to find this funny? He's a comedian, lead attorney. You think the 76-year-old white woman gives a damn? She's 67. She's white. She's a woman. Corey is black, talking about a child who is female. Man. Some of y'all ain't ready. Some of y'all ain't ready. It's a comedian. Shout out to Mr. Fantastic. He's exactly right. Do you know who's going to be on the jury? Fucking 80-year-old white judge sitting up there. White as hell. Looking at Corey like this. You said what? To a child? You said when the other niggas call women and those women don't answer the phone, they're going to call this child. That's what you said. That's what you said, Mr. Holcomb. Just to get it straight, just so I'm clear. The other niggas are going to call this child for sex as a last resort. Just so I'm clear. Shit. Some of y'all don't know how the law works. But he's a comedian, so I don't know, man. I don't know. What the fuck do I know? Right? And he says, Corey says, hey, see, now you see what I did to you? You see what I did to you, Anton? I put your whole family on blast. What is that showing? What is it showing when Corey says, I put your whole family on blast. He's showing that that's an admission that I'm trying to hurt. I put your whole fucking family on blast. What you gonna do? I'm admitting, am I, that I've got intent to harm? Maybe. It could mean a lot of things. Maybe. So, getting back to it now, those considering what we've talked about before and considering some of the statements that we've heard, if Anton were to file a claim against Corey, what would he say? Anton, like a lot of y'all come to me, y'all go to other attorneys. Oh, this person said this, or this person did that. This person owes me money. This hoe cheated on me. I want a divorce. What do? We open up the laptop, start typing out the complaint. Sit down at our desk, start typing out the damn lawsuit. We just type them out. I can't tell you how many I've typed out. I was married for 10 years. My wife started getting on my nerves. I went downstairs, opened up my laptop. I drafted my divorce. I printed that bitch out. Girl, you better sign this shit. I'm done. Sign it. I'm out. Here. We just write them up. So if Anton were to go to an attorney and say, hey, look at this, what types of things would the attorney see? Now, I'll tell you, there are some very complicated concepts that the attorney would see. And I'm not going to explain those to you because y'all will get lost in the sauce. One complicated issue maybe is, where would the trial even be held? Would it be held in California, where the statements were made on the 5150 show? Would they be held in Detroit, Michigan, where the child resides? You'd have to talk about that. Those two states are different. They got different laws. You'd have to talk about anti-SLAPP. I don't want to explain all that stuff to you. We're gonna do a few big brush concepts. All right. And I'm gonna get to all of the super chats, but man, I definitely gotta get to this one. Shout out to Dr. Devil Dog 1775. Thank you so much, Dr. Devil Dog. Thank you. Somebody write doctor in the house. Thank you so much. Super, super grateful and appreciative. What does my man say? He says Anton should not sue after selling all of those wolf tickets. Either clap back harder or be quiet. And I think it's pretty clear what Anton chose. I was talking to one of my subscribers. I ain't even gonna say that because it's whatever. Anyway, Anton said, hey man, hey, Corey, you win. I can't. How can Anton come back? Is Anton gonna talk about Corey's mom? What? And Corey's a comedian. Like, is he even really gonna care? But Anton's not a comedian. And Corey got Anton where he cared. Corey might not give a shit about nothing. I don't know. But I mean, I guess it's got to go physical after you talk about my daughter, right? Physical or legal. But, ain't going to be no more clapbacks, at least not on this internet stuff. Anton said, you win, you got me. What I'm supposed to do? He raised the white flag. And I don't blame him. What do you do to top that? Oh, lead attorney, you got to go and kill him. You ain't from the streets. You got to snuff him out. Some of y'all just want to see chaos. Y'all just want to see chaos. Y'all want this man to throw his whole fucking life away. Yeah, but you know, Devil Dog, you're right. Says it's a cold world. Corey shouldn't have done it. But, and there's always that but. Anton is too controversial, and it will be open season on him and his family from now on if he pulls a Drake. I mean, this is a thing too, because once you show the streets that you got a weakness, man, once you show the streets that you really care about your family, oh, you shouldn't have showed me that. You should have showed me that you care about your mama. Now watch this, nigga. Boy, y'all are hardcore. Y'all are hardcore. Man, big shout out. Let me write my man Devil Dog as a co-sponsor, guys. I always say, well, let me do this. Really, the stream sponsor. Let me write Colette on here. Big shout out to Colette. She blessed me. So she is gonna be the stream sponsor. If y'all, you know, are kind of getting it, if y'all are watching this, I know y'all have watched so many content creators talk about this, but if y'all are getting a little different perspective on here, please, if you love me just a little bit, please do me a favor. And this is 1L. All right. Somebody write Colette in the chat. All right. Big shout out to Colette. She is the stream sponsor. Bless your boy with 450. So please shout her out. Huge supporter of me, amazing woman, and an even more amazing human being. So big shout out to Colette. Thank you so much, Colette. Thank you. Also, and I'm going to read all the super chats, guys. Big shout out to the Tip Network. Big shout out to the Tip. What they say? Nothing but the tip. And we got, let me add our man, Dr. Devil Dog. 1775. All right, bless me as well. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank y'all for shouting out Colette, man. So much Tip and Devil Dog. All right. Really appreciate that. Thank you. And I'm going to read all of them. But again, when y'all bless me like this, I got to stop the show sometimes. So thank you. All right. We heard some of the things that Corey said. And Will, you know, no one knows what he meant. Maybe he said one thing and in his mind he meant another, or there are statements that can be interpreted in many ways. So don't conclude when I'm telling you this, guys. Do not conclude, oh, Anton's got a case. Oh, Anton's going to sue. No. This is just providing a legal perspective as to how attorneys and judges can view situations like this. That's all we're doing. We're not saying Corey's going to get sued. We're not saying Anton's going to sue. We're not saying Anton's going to win. We're not saying Anton's got a case. Y'all have seen all these other YouTubers talk about their opinions on this. So we're just going to listen to the opinion of an attorney. We're going to add that to the mix. That's it. Big shout out again to Devil Dog. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tip Network. Now, shout out to Devil Dog. In cases like this, what are attorneys? We call them. I shouldn't have read that, but now that I read it, it fucked my shit up. Let me read it. Now, I don't know if this is true or not. Aaron says, lead attorney, Anton is on video talking about people dick. All right. I don't know if that's true or not. and calling minors dusty and show their image not to be one-sided. This could absolutely be false. It could absolutely be true. It could absolutely be true. But Aaron, what does any of what you're saying have to do with this? What does any of the things that you're saying have to do with Corey possibly causing harm to this child? What does it have to do with the child being a public figure? The child having more protection? What does it do? How does it relate to the child not only being a private figure, but a minor child at that? We see that private minors get the most protection. Shout out to Aaron. But whatever you say that Anton said, what does it have to do between Corey and this child? Guys, not to put too fine a point on it, but if there's a lawsuit, Anton's not going to be on trial. I should have said this at the very beginning because maybe it is unclear. But this is very important. I should have started off like this. I'm glad I didn't because, again, we're on the back channel. This is not on my main channel. This is the back channel. So when we started, there were like 100 people in here. So this is a good time to make, this might be the most important. No, it's not. This is one of the most important parts of the whole case. Listen. Can Anton sue Corey Holcomb? Yes and no. What we are talking about, guys, is not Anton's lawsuit. We are talking about the child's lawsuit. The child suing Corey. Now, typically, children cannot sue on their own. They need a parent or a guardian. So Anton would be the one to file the case, but Anton would file the case on behalf of the child. You're saying Anton did this, Anton did that. What does that have to do with the child suing Corey? Maybe if Anton sued Corey, if it was Anton's case, then this would be relevant. Oh, Anton, you suing me, but you said all this other crazy stuff. Fine, let's bring that up in a suit between Anton and Corey. But specifically, this would be the child against Corey. Do you guys see the distinction? Y'all are saying, oh, well, Anton shouldn't be talking shit. What does that have to do, as Corey would say, what does that have to do with a lawsuit between the child and Corey? It ain't got nothing to do with it. It's only two people in that case. Corey and the child. Anton's name is on the lawsuit, but that's because he's the parent. So he has to bring the case on behalf of the child. But do y'all see what I'm saying? Corey and Anton can have their own shit going on. That's fine. But this is the child's case. This is not Anton's case. I should have said that from the very beginning because some of y'all are confused. Whatever Anton said about Corey ain't got nothing to do with what this child is experiencing and what this child can file against Corey. Just because you have beef with my best friend doesn't mean you can come over here and shoot me in the leg. If you were so mad at my best friend, shoot his ass. Don't come over there. Don't come over here to me. Isn't that how Corey talked? Shoot him. If you shoot me for shit that you got going on with my best friend, that's cool. I'ma sue your ass. Oh, lead attorney, you don't live by a code. We don't see. I'ma sue you. I'ma drop the complaint myself. Won't be the first time. Do y'all, this is so important. Put a 1 in the chat if you understand, and put a 1 in the chat if you see why Aaron's comment is a little bit irrelevant. Put a 1, this is technical. If you got beef with my best friend, that's fine. Don't come over here to me thinking I'm just going to take it on the chin. I got something for you. If you want to talk about my daddy, that's fine. Don't come over here to me. Especially if I'm a child. And especially if this judge is white. And especially if I can get some old white women on the jury. This point that I'm making right here is what all these people who are like Anton shouldn't be talking shit. This is what you guys need to hear and understand. Just because you got beef with someone else does not mean you can include me with no consequences. Period. Now, I'm glad that we got that out the way. Sometimes I be assuming stuff, but no, this is y'all's first day in law school. You need to know it all. From the very beginning. This would be the child's case. This is not Anton's case, even though Anton's name would go on the lawsuit because he needs to bring the lawsuit on behalf of the child because the child is a child. Now, what would Corey be subject to? Maybe, possibly, tal vez, quizás. First of all, you got IIED. What attorneys, we always file this. We're going to put this in a lawsuit. What are we putting in? The intentional infliction of emotional distress. That's definitely going in there. Hold on, let me fix the banner. These damn parentheses be killing me. Thank you so much, Colette. All right. Intentional infliction of emotional distress. If there is a lawsuit, best believe this is going to be in there. Typically. What is it? What is the intentional infliction of emotional distress? It is a civil claim for severe emotional harm caused by conduct that goes far beyond ordinary insults. Okay? What do you typically need? You need extreme and outrageous conduct, so beyond the pale that society won't tolerate it. Now, I'm going to ask you, a lot of you 5150 people, shout out, man. When I was on the 5150 show, y'all roasted me. I will tell you that, but y'all treated me so kind and I appreciate it. I love y'all. Got tons of love for the 5150 community, tons of love for Corey Holcomb. All right, get that out there. When Corey says, and this, okay, 5150 guys, I'm gonna need y'all to kind of step outside your shoes for a second and put yourself in the shoes of a 48-year-old white man. Put yourself in the shoes who don't know nothing about no damn Anton, don't know nothing about no Corey Holcomb, a 48-year-old white man just trying to pay his fucking mortgage. Put yourself in the shoes of a 67-year-old grandma. Maybe she had a black nanny. Damn sure she don't know nothing about no damn 5150. She's conservative. She hears that Corey says, hey, when these other niggas call all these other bitches and the bitches don't answer, they're going to call your daughter. Implying possibly they're going to use your daughter, talking to the mom, they're going to use your daughter for backup last resort sex. Your daughter sex. Child sex. Child sex. Keep the what is the 67-year-old woman going to think? Is she going to think when she hears child and sex, is she going to think that is extreme and outrageous? Is she going to think that? Or is she going to be like, it's kind of funny? Using a 17-year-old as a booty call, that's pretty funny, late attorney. He's a good comedian. What are these old white people going to think? Are they going to think that this is extreme? Intent to cause distress or reckless disregard of the probability of causing distress. Do you think that the jurors would believe that some of these statements would cause distress? What does Anton say? Anton says, my child is broken. Anton says, my child is traumatized. Anton says, we as a family are trying to pick up the pieces. Are these jurors going to think, yeah, man, these are hurtful, harmful statements to a child? I'm just asking questions. Are they going to think that the statements cause the distress? Because you got to show a link. You got to show there were statements that were outrageous and extreme, that there was a reckless disregard. Corey didn't care if he caused distress or not. And then those extreme statements were the cause of the distress. And on top of that, you have to show that the harm was severe. You have to show severe emotional distress. Can Anton show that there was severe emotional distress? Well, what did Anton say? Pulled the kid out of school. What did Anton say? Child's at the doctor, possibly on the way to the hospital. What did Anton say? Looking into therapy. Now, y'all might not believe him, and that's fine. But at least on paper, it sounds like there is severe emotional distress. It sounds like all of these things are hit. To be honest, at least on paper, we don't know. We're speculating. This is just how attorneys would kind of mull over this situation. Corey, let me just say this again. Corey could be absolutely legally fine. I am not saying that Corey has any exposure, any liability. If he went to trial right now with you guys, Corey he would walk out of there. Anton would owe Corey money. If he went to trial right now in this chat, Anton would owe Corey money. So don't get it fucked up. Please do not think, the lead attorney said Corey's going to lose. No, in this chat right here, Corey would win hands down. You never know with juries. You never know. Any attorney will tell you, you never know with a jury. Never know with a judge. So don't say, hey, man, lead attorney's over there talking shit. Because Corey go to trial right now and clean Anton's clock, apparently. So we just looking at it from both sides. What's it say in terms of the intentional infliction of emotional distress? Courts treat private actors, private citizens who are children, they are uniquely vulnerable. sexualized targeting plus the visual identification can be framed as outrageous. And I'll be honest, when I saw that picture in full mass, no Gaussian blur, no pixelation, no face covered with emojis, nothing, to me, I was like, that photo, that's outrageous. That's outrageous. I don't know about anything else, but the photo. You can, how many daughters does Anton have? Is it one daughter or two? Sometimes when he's talking, I get confused. But if he has 2 or 3 or 4 daughters, I don't know. You could say, oh, well, we don't necessarily know which daughter, even though, you know. But when you do the full identification from head to toe with no blur whatsoever on a child, man. To me, just on the photo, I'm not talking about the claims or the damages, but if I was on the jury just on the photo, I'd be like, Corey, you know you're my man. You know I love you. The fucking photo was outrageous. That photo was outrageous, pimp. You couldn't even blur it. Now, to be fair, I think that your production people are on some bullshit. And I believe that you 100% saw it. I believe that you were extremely frustrated with them. And I was surprised that you said you're going to have to hire a production team while you were looking at your production team. They had a week. Those fuckers had a week to prepare and fucked your shit all up. And you know they fucked your shit up and you were mad about it. And I would have been mad too. When my shit gets fucked up, it's fine because I'm my production team. I blame myself. But your people had a week and still were fucking up the shit. And you were pissed about it. And I feel you. Because I would have been mad as hell too. So Corey, this might not be on you because you might have thought that that fucking face was going to be blurred. You were trying to have them pull up. You were trying to get your production team to pull up videos. They ain't even had the shit queued. They were trying to download the shit from the internet. Corey was like, man, Corey was mad as hell. So it could be that Corey was like, man, they pulled that shit up, lead. I really thought that that girl's face was going to be blurred. I was surprised as hell to see them damn braces. Now, if that's the case, then I feel you, Corey, but you probably should have said, okay, take that shit down. You probably could have. You probably could have took it down. You could have told them, but you roll with it. It's like, hey, we're doing it live. Sometimes you go on go. So I feel you, Corey. I feel you. Shit. When I saw that child's face, I was like, all right, this is outrageous. But who knows? I'm just talking about the photo. All right. And you know, the photo. So we're talking about the visual identification and the word outrageous. What does it mean? Outrageousness, clearly, it's easier to prove when an adult drags a child into an adult dispute. Guys, put a 1 in the chat if you think that an adult drug a child into an adult dispute. Did that occur? Some of y'all are like, hey, collateral damage. Some of y'all are like, hey, Anton shouldn't have been talking shit. Okay. But did a child get drugged into an adult dispute? So what evidence? How do you prove it? Shout out to me, Reina. How do you prove it? You say, well, the recording specifically. You want to look at the recording. You want to look at the live stream. Now, did anybody see that live stream? Corey was like, did y'all see he changed the title? Initially, he was like, ugly family. He said, what'd he say? It's like ugly man equals ugly family or something like that. Specifically putting in the family, specifically dragging in the innocent people. But then he changed it. And he was like, ugly man equals, and then he deleted the family part. So somebody got to him. I don't think they got to him to cover that fucking kid. I don't think they got to him to cover those braces, which could have been done. Now, does anybody know why we don't like to edit live streams? Does anybody know that? Why is it that Corey's like, I don't want to take the live stream down, blur out the kid and put it back up? What's the problem when you do that? Does anybody know? What's the major problem? Why don't we like to do that? It's very easy to do. Very easy to do, to take it down, re-upload it. Oh man, y'all are on it. Shout out to Timeout. Timeout says exactly right. You lose the chat. Half of the fun of these live streams is the chat. So if you take the video down, blur it, and put it back up, the chat is gone. Y'all love the chat. Y'all go wild in the chat. And when y'all go back and watch it, y'all read the chat. I did a live stream, man, and I had to apologize to this dude. Y'all know Jay Morrison. Jay Morrison came on and he was like, man, whatever, we can talk about anything, but just, after I leave, do not do this one particular thing. And I was like, fine, whatever. And then it was late at night and he left and, he didn't want me to bring up somebody. And I just totally forgot. I fucking brung the nigga up. And then right after the live stream ended at like 2 a.m, his wife called me. She was like, man, what the hell happened? And I was like, what happened? And she was like, you said you weren't going to bring this dude up. And I was like, oh shit. I just forgot. There was thousands of people in the chat. I was running the stream. I just forgot. And I had to take I apologized to her, to Jay, and apologizing to Jay Morrison. Let's be honest, it's a little crazy, right? I made this long community post talking about I was sorry and explaining the whole situation and just saying how fucked up that was. I also learned a lesson. I will never agree to anything again on a live stream. Never, because I'll forget. I got 3,000 people in here right now on the back channel. I'm working right now, guys. I'll just fucking forget. I got a lot of shit going on. I got a monitor here. I got a monitor here. I got a monitor here. I got the camera here. It's a lot of shit. I can't, if you want to come on my show, that's fine. I'm not making you no fucking promises. Anyway, I had to take the live stream down and cut the nigga out and put it back up. Oh man, I lost the whole chat. It ruined the whole thing. So I get why Corey doesn't want to do that, but man, this is a child. And you put the child up and while the child is up, you start, talking about the sex. What the fuck? Now, if he's talking about, he talked about the wife. He was like, listen, I'm paraphrasing. He was like, listen, you're not pretty enough to be in my top 5, but I'll give you some dick. Is that offensive? Yes. Is that insulting? Yes. Is that crude? Yes. Is that a problem? No. You can talk all day about sex in this now she's a private citizen, but she's been on stream. We could talk about it. But at the end of the day, she's an adult. So she has to have tougher skin. What do you say about the girl Mecca? It's like, hey, bitch, you want to be on the show? Get on this dick first. Fuck you. Mika's all, oh, Corey, I forgive you, and I'll go back on your show. Corey was like, if you want to get on this show, suck this dick. I was like, fuck, Corey. He doesn't care about her. It was super, whatever. That whole Mika thing was super weird. I didn't understand it. That whole video that she did sucking up to her, but whatever. Shout out to Anton. Man, Anton, he's had people turn on him. Anyways, I've had people turn on me too. I get it. It's unexpected. Corey don't give a shit about that girl. Whatever. The Mika girl, Mika woman, she's an adult. The wife is an adult. You got the kid, man. Shit. Right? A lot of people are gonna think, man, this is outrageous. This shit's outrageous. All right. All right. So you got the recording. He didn't want to take this. The stream is still up. The face, as far as I know, it's still unblurred. All right. You want to download any clips, any of that stuff. Now, proof of severe distress. You're going to need medical bills and stuff. What do you need to show? Anton, in a situation like this, or a person in Anton's shoes, would typically need to show medical records. You would need to show therapy records. You would need to show school withdrawal documentation. What did Anton say? Oh, we're going to have to pull the kid out of school. Show the documentation. Not to YouTube. Please don't show it to me. Show it to the jurors. Show it to the judge. Show the absentee records if the kid didn't go to school. Show the therapy records. What did Anton say, man? We're talking to therapists now. The kid at the doctor's office might be on the way to the hospital. Good. Why is that good? Because you prove up your damages. You can't say, oh, my child was traumatized. And then when the judge says, okay, show me the medical records. Oh, well, she didn't go to the doctor. But she was traumatized? Yeah, but she didn't go to the clinic. But she was traumatized? Yeah, but she didn't go to get evaluated. But she was traumatized? Yeah, but she didn't go to the therapist. Your child fine. Ain't shit happened to your child. You ain't take her nowhere. You don't have any proof. You gotta show the proof. Sounds to me like Anton's got the proof. Child's not in school, going to get therapy, going to these doctors, these hospitals. I don't know if Anton's going to file or not, but if he does choose to do something, it looks like he's kind of getting his ducks in a row. He's going to have the medical records, the therapy records, the school withdrawals, right? Then you need to show timeliness. All of this occurred immediately. It's not like Corey can talk about the child and then 2 years later, the child filed, oh, I'm hurt. If you heard about it 2 years before, you got to show, man, there's a relationship. Corey said the shit on Tuesday. On Wednesday, the child is full-blown breakdown. Full-blown traumatized. It's bang, bang. It's what you got to show. Some people were saying it happened too fast. Like, man, y'all don't like Anton at all. So looks like Anton has got that. Now if Corey were in a situation like this, what would Corey's attorney say? Corey's attorney was like, man, it's just hyperbole. He was just talking shit. He's a comedian. He was just talking. Now, what's it say? This is weaker when a child is involved. You can say that about that Mecca girl who was begging to get on the fucking show. You can say that anything you want about Anton. You can say anything you want about the wife, but with the child, it was like, oh man. Right? And then, what if the child was already getting therapy? What if the child was already damaged? Then you would be like, well, how much did Corey really cause? There's some pre-existing conditions. In this, it doesn't seem that way to be at all. It seems like this kid was amazing. Going to the Olympics, possibly, the Olympic trials, 300-something medals, 200 and something gold medals. The child was fucking on it. You don't get 300 fucking medals and your mind's fucked up. Child was on it. Now the child's not. That's causation. It could be. Right? So you got the intentional infliction of emotional distress. What's it about? Outrageous conduct and severe harm. All right, that's where we're at. What is something else that attorneys would look at this and say, hey, man, this is an issue? Well, we got false light. AKA, shout out to the AKAs, the Apples. Shout out to the AKAs in invasion of privacy. Right? What is invasion of privacy? It's a claim that someone who was publicly portrayed in a highly offensive false position, even if the statements are not classic defamation. All right. Now, when we file lawsuits, guys, sometimes we just throw spaghetti at the wall. We don't know what we're going to hit on. So it's not like we're just going to file a lawsuit and we're going to file one claim. It ain't never like that. We're going to file a multitude of things. We're going to leave it to y'all, see what y'all say. So you got the intentional infliction of emotional distress, but we ain't going to stop there. We're going to make up something else. Well, what else are we going to put in situations like this typically, generally? False light or invasion of privacy, right? Now let's look at this. What is the invasion of privacy talking about? The elements, or what the ingredients, you would say, it's publicity placing the person in a false light. Okay, the false light would be highly offensive to the reasonable person. If you were a 17-year-old and you hear a damn near 60-year-old saying that men are going to use you as backup, last resort, booty call sex, would you find that offensive? You would. No woman wants to be the last woman called for sex. Every woman wants to be the first one called so she can turn everybody down. Imagine if men call all the women and they all say no, and then they call you. Women in the chat, men are not going to understand, but women in the chat, would you put a yes if you would like to be the last woman on earth called? Or put a no if you would want to be the first. Put last if you want to be last. Women, put first if you want to be the first woman. Why do I'm a 10. Kevin Samuels showed us that all these women think they're 10s. What woman wants to think that she's a 1? The guys are going to go through all the 10s. They don't answer. Going to call all the 9s. They don't answer. 8, 7, 6. Going to get down to the 3s and the 2s. They're not even answering. Imagine what the woman looks like who's a 2. And men are like, I don't want to do it. When they get to the 1, Jesus Christ, what does she look like? Women are like, neither. Whatever. All these women are like, neither. Y'all got dick yesterday talking about y'all don't want to get called for sex. Like, these women always gonna front, all right? Everybody has needs. But you don't want to be bottom of the barrel. Let's be honest. Especially if you're a child. Who has a teenage daughter? They're filled with insecurities, filled with self-consciousness. They already think they're ugly. They're going to front and be like, oh, I'm pretty. They're going to ask you for those $400 Tory Burch sandals. They're going to want to go to Ultra and Sephora and all that shit to try to get pretty. And they're going to be crying in their bedroom at night because they can't get the dude that they wanted. The dude cheated on them. They feel like they're ugly. Some girl in homeroom said she was ugly. Now your fucking teenage daughter's having a breakdown. And then a 60-year-old man says you're going to get used for sex, but after the man can't get any other woman? Please. Please. Would Corey's statements be highly offensive to a reasonable person? Right? And then you got to show fault. Well, if you can show all this, the person who spoke it pretty much is going to be at fault. Now, why does it fit here? Listen. Displaying a private figure who is a minor, displaying that private minor's image, full mass, and then pairing it with sexualized insinuations can place that child into a false sexualized narrative. Did Corey do that? Did Corey place that girl into a false sexualized narrative? When he said, oh, well, after all these other niggas gonna call all these other bitches that the bitches don't pick up, they gonna call you. Did he place her into a false narrative? Some of y'all are gonna say, hell no. Some of y'all might say, maybe. Oh, lead attorney, you're just hating. I'm reading you fuckers the law. Not reading it, interpreting it. We're talking about it. Now, the laws in Detroit are going to be different than the laws in Pasadena. We don't know which laws are going to control. This is just general information. It could be this. It's certain that the statutes in Michigan say something different than the statutes in California, and who knows where the case is going to be held. We don't know. This is just opening up the doors to kind of think about backdoor it. No, opening up your mind to think about how these things can be sorted out legally. That's all we're doing here. This is just a mental exercise. That's all. Was there a false sexualized narrative? If so, then that could be false light. Could be false light, invasion of privacy. What can strengthen this claim? Well, detailed evidence of exactly what was shown and exactly what was said. What was shown on screen, full mass, and what was said. I bet you, I don't know, I haven't talked to Anton. I bet you $100 Anton got a whole download of that stream. I bet you cash money. And if Anton ain't got it, Anton's been sent it by his subscribers. And if Anton's got an attorney, what did Anton say? He has been advised not to talk about this. If those people advising Anton are attorneys, I bet you $1 million they got a copy of that damn stream. Corey's like, shit, why should I take it down? I mean, Anton's got a copy of it already. So can he show proof? Well, she's gonna know exactly what was shown and exactly what was said. Now, the comments in the chat logs, what was the viewer reaction? How did the audience understand the narrative? Did they believe the false implication? Now, this could help Corey. No one really believes that all these men are going to call the daughter, right? Hey, man, I called 30 women and a man to come over here and give me some ass. No, that's going to help because y'all really don't believe that, right? It's outrageous that it was said. But like you guys keep saying over and over and over again, Corey's a comedian, right? Him being a comedian could actually help him a lot on this count. Because Corey talking shit. Right? I think we can agree on that. This nigga just talking shit. So I don't know. That helps Corey. Give me 1 second, man. I definitely want to oh my God. Listen, I'm gonna read the super chats. Not right now, I'm gonna read the super chats, but I definitely want to say thank you to so many people. Y'all are blessing me on the Cash Apps. Thank you. I want to say a huge shout out to MBS. MBS says, how are you feeling today? I'm doing good. Oh shit. Sorry. I'm sorry. I missed one of your Cash Apps. You said, please say initials SB. Okay, I fucked your shit up. Big shout out to SB. I'm sorry. I'm on my phone. So thank you so much, SB. SB is super sketched out by me, but supports me at the same time. Don't want me to know nothing about him. Don't want me to know the gender, the location, the age, nothing. Don't even want me to tell y'all how much it's been supported, which is a ton. It is a ton. So thank you so much, SB. Somebody, please, if you love me a little bit, somebody write SB in the damn chat. Thank you so much, SB, and I will add you to the banner. Thank you. Also, big shout out to the beautiful, somebody write Ken, the beautiful Ken goddess. You found me, Ken. You found me over here on the back channel. Thank you so much. Somebody write Ken in the chat. Somebody write SB in the chat. They are subsidizing and supporting this content outrageously. Let's use that word, outrageously. So thank you so much. Let me add y'all to the banner as well. Big shout out to SB and let me see. I'm a big shout out to SB and the beautiful Ken Goddess. Thank you so much. Bless me for $100 did the Ken Goddess. And I ain't gonna tell y'all how much SB blessed me for. Thank you. And y'all be blessing your boy so much. Thank you. And thank y'all for shouting them out in the chat. And SB and the beautiful Ken Goddess. Thank you. Put them up there. Thank y'all so much. Big shout out to Colette. Big shout out to the Tip. Shout out to Tip Network. Shout out to BLJ. I'm going to read all y'all stuff. All right. So thank you. Big shout out to Dr. Devil Dog. Thank y'all for blessing your boy. All right. So again, we talked about false light. No one really believes. I mean, everybody, what Corey said in my purview, the shit was outrageous. But I don't believe that he meant it. I believe he was trying to hurt Anton. I don't think he really cared if he hurt that kid, if I'm gonna be honest. I don't think he gave a damn if he hurt that kid. In fact, I think it would be better for him to have hurt the kid, because the more the kid hurts, the more what? The more the kid hurts, the more. So he don't want to say nothing that's not going to hurt the kid, because if the kid ain't hurt, then Anton ain't hurt. But if the kid is destroyed, then Anton is. Right? So this is interesting. And then, of course, we got the good old defamation. What is defamation? It's just a false statement of fact or false implication that harms someone's reputation. Now, defamation in this case is going to be a little bit more, it'd be a little weaker case, right? A little weaker case. It's typically a false statement purported to be a fact. You need publication. Oh, this shit was publicized. Corey had, what do we got? We got about 2,500 people in this chat. Corey had, I think he maxed out at 26,000 people. Corey had 10 times the amount of people that are in this chat, in that chat. And he was talking mad shit about that kid. Right? So there was definitely publication. There's fault, at least negligence for private figures. Possibly there's fault. Possibly there's damage. So an attorney would definitely look at defamation, not necessarily would find it in this case, but you would look at it. Right now, it's harder to prove than the infliction of emotional distress, because you need a statement. It can't really just be an opinion. Corey was saying like a lot of opinions and a lot of jokes, but he wasn't really saying like facts. He was calling the child, let's say implicitly, he was saying that the child is unattractive, but that's an opinion. That child is going to grow up and get married, and the husband is going to think that adult grown up is the most beautiful woman in the world. I'm sure Anton and his wife think that, that's the cutest, most beautiful child in the world. So it's definitely an opinion. And so, defamation does not really involve opinions. It really wants facts that are false, right? So here, Corey's talking a lot about opinions and hyperbole, but it's not facts. Now, Corey, again, this person that was talked about was a minor and was portrayed as sexually available, right? As a booty call, which is reputationally devastating, possibly. But, it's a little bit harder to prove, right? It's a little bit harder to prove. So, in general, what are you looking for? Just, broad strokes. You're looking for identification. Was the person clearly identified? Well, we saw a huge picture in full mass. So we got the image plus what did Corey say? He said, bring up his daughter. Y'all are saying in the chat that shit, Anton only has one daughter. So you only got one daughter, and he says, bring up the daughter. Who else could it be? Right? What would a reasonable viewer understand? We got fact versus insult versus implication, and then harm, right? How are we going to prove the harm? How are we going to prove causation? If you can show all that, well, now you're talking about money. You're talking about money. Now, when you get money in a lawsuit, you can get different types of money. Some money is for some things, other money is for other things. So in a case like this, if a father, not necessarily Anton, but a father in this situation, if a father was to sue, what types of monies would they be looking for? What types of monies would they plead? Well, you're looking for compensatory damages, number one. So Anton was talking about the child's getting therapy. That costs money. Anton was talking about the child, is at the doctor's office, possibly going to the hospital. That costs money. Also, pain and suffering, right? The child is going through it. Anton said, I believe that the child is destroyed. That needs to be compensated for. You can't just destroy people and go to lunch. You got to pay for that. Now, how do you prove how do you prove how much pain and suffering has occurred? Well, you pull in experts. And then they talk about it. And then they ask you as a juror, what do you think? You can use your own, common sense and life experience. What other damages? Well, future damages, loss of opportunities. Anton was talking about the Olympics now might not be on the table, right? Gaps in training, in our athletics, all of that can be compensated for. Plus, it doesn't say here, but future medical bills, future therapy sessions, future counseling, all that goes into it. It's not here, but it goes into it. Then the punies, the punitive damages. This is where it gets deep. This is about punishment. This is about showing the community this will not abide. We will not allow community members to speak like this about our children. We need to make a lesson of you. And that's when shit can get heavy. Right? So we're talking about the punitive damages available in some jurisdictions. And then if you're sexualizing minors, what is that message going to be? Is that going to go down? Is everybody going to be cool with that? So, and then you got injunctive relief, right? So the court can order Corey to remove the video. Do not repost the child's image, right? I think Tasha K and Cardi B, I think Tasha K is not allowed to say Cardi B's name anymore. I believe. I'm not sure if that's changed. So there can be injunctive relief. So what do you think? So what do you think? I am going, and again, let me just say, none of this is legal advice. I am not team Anton, not team Corey. I'm just an attorney with a damn pocket square. Everybody's talking about this. Everybody yapping, giving their opinions. No one has given a legal opinion. They're not qualified. It's not their fault. They're just not attorneys. This is what I've been doing my entire adult life. So I'm just on here to give y'all another perspective, not taken as the gospel, not talking about what's going to happen in California or what's going to happen in Michigan. This is just perspective, how attorneys and judges can feel about a case. Plus, y'all are interacting in the chat. A lot of y'all are riding for this girl. A lot of y'all are riding for 5150. If you're riding for the child, put child. And if you're riding for 5150, put 5150. Shout out to both these brothers, man. No one wishes it would have gone here. No one. Now, I don't even know, man. If you ask Corey, like, Corey, man, you see the dust up, would you do this shit again? Corey might be like, yes, I'll do it again. Like Corey, you know, Corey stand on his shit. Corey stand on his shit. So looks like half of y'all are with the child and half of y'all are with Corey. So I'm just here to give a legal perspective. Now here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to drop the link, and I never do this, but we on the back channel. I'm gonna drop the link, and if you want to come up and talk to me for 2 or 3 minutes about your feelings on the case, you certainly can. A few rules when you come up. Number 1, you got to cam up. You got to cam up. All right. Number 2, ain't nobody lying in bed. Sit your ass up. Respect. Some of y'all go on fucking lives and y'all be lying down. What the fuck is that? Sit your ass up. Number 3, no driving. All right. Please don't drive and call in. I would hate to be contributing to an accident. And everybody get ready, because apparently this winter storm is hitting. It's supposed to reach Atlanta around 1 o'clock tomorrow. I'm hoping I don't lose power. All right, so let me do this. Let me drop the link. How do I invite y'all? And listen, the 4th rule, I'm gonna drop the link. Do not assume that if you get in the back, you're gonna get called up. All right, I've been on this damn thing for 3 hours. I might only be on here 10 or 15 minutes more. All right, so I'm just going to take a cross section of what y'all think. I'm going to ask y'all to raise y'all's hands. Who's supporting Anton? Who's supporting 5150? Have a little discussion, and then we're going to go to dinner. All right, let me drop the link. Link to come up. If you want to tell 2,000 people kind of what you feel, I'm going to pin it. While y'all are coming into the chat, let me read some of these supers, man. Y'all done bless me. I'm going to do like Anton. I'm going to read all these fuckers, man. Thank y'all. Big shout out to Instructor Mike. Shout out to Instructor Mike. Says, hey, lead. Corey is from Chicago. He would have given Corey the business. Who's from Chicago? So he would have given Anton the business. Corey is a great guy. Perfection is never the goal. Anton was asking for it. Yeah, a lot of people feel that way. Big shout out to Instructor Mike. Thank you so much. Big shout out to Viral Media. Says, lead, I'm glad you're back, man. I'm going to need a tax lawyer soon. My meta stock's putting your boy in a whole different tax bracket, man. Don't even talk to me about no goddamn stocks. I pulled all my shit out, went in Bitcoin. That shit, I was up. Bitcoin was like at 125. I round tripped that bitch. It's like at 80 something. Should have stayed in my stocks. All right, big shout out to Viral. Shout out to you, man. Guys, listen, I don't want to get into it. And I don't want to get political. If you've got dollars, you're going poor. All right. If you've got cash, they used to be like, cash is king. Guess what? You're going poor. You're going broke. Donald Trump has already said he's going to bring somebody into the Fed and they're going to inflate the value of these dollars away. You better get into real estate. I think real estate is terrible, but it's better than nothing. You better get into these stocks. They're at all-time highs. People looking at gold, people looking at silver, you better do something. If you got 10,000 sitting in a bank account, your ass is not financially, you're not there. You're not there. I mean, so big shout out to Viral, got his money in stocks. This is not financial advice, but believe you me, cash ain't worth nothing. Big shout out to Blue Bag, and shout out to Blue. Says, ain't no rules in beef. Okay, that's what they're saying apparently. Big shout out to Messy Michonne. I've been checking her out. Messy been blasting people. Been absolutely blasting people. Says, let me put my fair use notification. Shout out to Messy Michonne. Amazing, amazing content creator. Amazing. All right. Thank you so much, Messy Michonne. Big shout out to, I can't read this shit. I don't got my glasses. Montan Deja, I can't read it. Says, cut the BS out. He does cut that BS out. He does not post his daughter on his page or in his videos. And if he did, that wouldn't give someone the right to call them ugly. Well, I thought you were going to go harder. You said ugly. All right. You can call anybody ugly. I was with you until that last word. I thought you were going to really bring it home, but you kind of wimped out a little bit. Ugly, I mean, that's nothing. But I've seen his wife maybe 5 times in all of the years I've watched here and there Anton's channel, but I've never seen the child. But some people have said they have seen the child early on. So I hear what you're saying. Big shout out to Deja says, Anton is playing chess, and that is what you have to do when you're dealing with a dummy. Either that or risk your own integrity going at his kid. Okay, so apparently Anton has a kid. Not Anton, Corey has a kid. Anton ain't gonna do that. He ain't gonna go that low. And I wouldn't either, to be honest. All right, thank you so much. Big shout out to Charles, a new member. Thank you so much for becoming a member, Charles. Shout out to Agree to Disagree podcast. Says Anton has the burden of proving the origin of his daughter's trauma. There are a multitude of videos online questioning of questionable behavior of Anton. Okay. Shout out to Yo. Yo says Anton might brag too much. However, I believe he is one of the most authentic content creators on YouTube. And to hear him saying this is horrible to me. Yeah, a lot of people were damn near grieving with Anton, man. No one likes for kids to suffer. And people have been riding with Anton for years. So it's like Anton's family is damn near their family. So people have really been hurt. So shout out to Yo. Shout out to Deja. Deja says AD does not have the burden of proving where the trauma came from after Corey said he took it out. After Corey said it. I'm sorry, guys. This is my fault. Let me blow it up a little bit. Y'all know I'm dealing with these fucking medical issues, and this medicine is messing with my vision. Let me read it again. Anton does not have the burden of proving where the trauma came from after Corey said it. He took her out of school after Corey said it. She needed therapy. This is not rocket science. Come on, man. This is an easy play. I hear you. I hear you. Shout out to Talking Math. Thank you so much. Shout out to Southern Purchase. I like that name for some reason. Southern Purchase. Says the interview is starting to circulate of you and Anton where you called him out over his 1 million follower statement, Lee. You part of it now, nigga. You part of it. Am I part of it? Anton, I don't give a damn if I got 1 million. And then when he got 1 million, what'd he do? He put a big post. I got 1 million subscribers. I was like, I got you, nigga. But shout out to Anton. Because when he came on my show, I was way bigger than Anton. Anton might have had fucking 200,000 subscribers. But shit, in the last 2 years, man, Anton has unlocked it. He has found the key, invented the key, manufactured the key, and he has unlocked YouTube. Amazing, amazing content. I can't speak enough about it. Anton has a Patreon. A lot of y'all are in the Patreon for like his financial advice and stuff. And shout out to him. I am actually a member of Anton's Patreon, and I don't ever look. The only thing I wait for, and he'll do maybe 3 or 4 videos a year. I wait for the YouTube content. And if y'all know me, some of y'all don't know who I am, but I'm typically a live streamer. But I have stopped live streaming, even though that's what I'm doing today. I've stopped live streaming, and I want to do videos. And Anton is killing with the videos. And I have learned some important pointers coming from the live streaming space to the video space. So if you want to join his Patreon, I'm a member. I don't do the financial stuff, but the YouTube stuff is top notch. So big shout out to Anton. But yeah, he was like, "Oh, I don't care if I got a million subscribers." Then he got him. He was like, "Yeah." So big shout out. He earned it. He earned it. Thank you so much, Southern Purchase. That was a good one. Man, shout out to Deja. Thank you so much. Deja, blessing your boy. Blessing me. Says, I understand not posting your kids because of social trolls. That's true. However, Corey is a public figure. He is. When a public figure crosses the line, you sue them. You are not about to tell me if Jay-Z punched you. Y'all all sound fake a coma. I don't know what that means, but yeah, if Jay-Z punches me, that's an easy 200,000. It's easy. So you're right about that. It's a come up. It's a come up. Now, comparing Jay-Z to Corey, but Corey got money, and he definitely got money to settle, right? And that's usually where these things end up, right? It just usually just settle, right? So big shout out. Thank you so much. Thank you, Deca. I really appreciate it, brother. You're really blessing me. Shout out to Mama. Mama says, Anton haters, Corey video was leaked of him punching a woman. Yeah, that's true. Now people are saying Corey hit the woman first. Some people are saying the woman hit Corey first. I don't know. I met Corey in person. I'll tell you, Corey's a big dude. When I met him, now it's a couple years ago, but when I met him, he was easy 260, 265, 270, 6'1", 6'2", big dude. The girl he mushed, I'm not going to say punch, but he did something to the face. What did she look like? 5'8", 5'9", or something, so Corey's a bear. That lady couldn't do nothing with Corey. And he definitely put her hands on her. Now, I don't know the circumstances. Maybe it was justified. Maybe it wasn't. Some people say it's never justified when a man puts his hands on a woman. All right, so I don't know. Y'all make up y'all's own mind. But yeah, shout out to Mama. Big shout out to Lanny. Lanny says, that was a bitter woman move. This man went and searched out this man's family. Do y'all not understand that's feminine behavior? FBI, why would he do this if he wasn't bothered? Point proved. I hear you. Thank you so much, Lonnie. We got Haynes. Haynes says, Lead, you need to call out that he claims to be black now, not Christian first. A lot of people are down in this. I'm going to say it on the record. I have no problem with someone, and all right, I'll be honest with you. I don't know my Bible, all right? I'm a heathen. I'll tell you. Don't get me to talk. I know Job. That's it. But I will say I don't have a problem at all with someone saying, I am on this earth temporarily, and this body is my shell. And I don't really give a fuck about it. I'll really be honest. That's how my mama feels. My mama is super religious. And so my mom was like, man, I'm just here for a time. We're all here for a time. So if someone wants to identify themselves more with their spirit and less with their shell, I got no problem with it. Now, I don't want a denial of the shell, right? I mean, let's not be crazy. But if someone doesn't want to prioritize it, number one, I feel that. And I'm not even religious. So people are criticizing him for that. I don't think that's fair. I don't. If someone says, man, look, I'm a Muslim first, or I'm a Christian first, or I'm a Hindu first, this is just a shell. I don't got a problem with it. So I ain't gonna call him out like you want me to do, because I'm not religious, but I don't have a problem with what he's saying. Maybe you're not spiritual enough. Maybe you don't know your Bible. Maybe you don't care. But some people care, Haynes. Some people care about their religion a lot. Maybe you're just not that type of person. But for some people, religion is, God is number one. I mean, but okay. Man, thank you so much. Says if you have to say technically, you know, you're on some BS. Now, this isn't true. A lawyer say technically. I mean, something can be wrong technically, but cannot be wrong morally. Jaywalking. Technically, it's against the law, but is it bad? Right? So you can use technically a lot and not be on some BS. But I see what you're saying. Big shout out to Mandingo McThickens. What? The fuck is this? McThickens. You can't throw rocks and hide your hands. Anton behaving like a hypocrite. He talks out of both sides of his mouth. Anton brought them on himself. Both are wrong. Yeah, I mean, you could definitely say both participated. I feel you. I feel both, you know, it takes two hands to clap. And there was definitely some clapping back and forth. So I feel where you're coming from. I feel you. Shout out to Robert for becoming a new member. Thank you so much, Robert. Thank you. Oh, look who we got. And look at the amount. Not only look who we got, but look at the amount. We got our man Sin. King Sin. And look at the amount. 5150. It is very, very clear who he is rocking with. Very clear. All right, we got a lot of super chats to go through, but let me pull up two or three more, and then we're gonna get to the panel, and I'll work some of these in. Big shout out to P the Beast. Y'all be throwing me off. Thank you so much, P the Beast. P says, anything public is fair game when you're in the spotlight. 100%. 100%. Beef is beef. Rather lawsuit, ass whooping, or fatal ending. When you start an issue with another grown man, you can determine your actions, but you cannot determine the actions of other parties. He's right. We want to be like, hey, that's off bounds. That's out of bounds. Hey, you out of line. But you could absolutely be in a fight with a grown man. He start grabbing at your ankles and stuff and putting you in leg locks. You're like, wait a minute. This is supposed to be a fade. Why are you doing this Brazilian jiu-jitsu leg locking, ripping up my knee tendons? This is supposed to be a fade. And now your ACL and MCL they're fucking ripped up. You can be in a fight with a nigga and he'll start biting you. It's real out here. So you're right. It's people who, and then don't let the dude pull out a gun. You're like, man, you can't determine. You cannot determine. Shit. So you're exactly right. Thank you so much. And I'm gonna get to all of the super chats. Man, so thank you so much, Peter Beast. Big shout out to Yaker. I'm hoping I'm saying your name right, all right, bro. Thank you. Big shout out to Yaker. Thank you so much. Somebody write Yaker. I hope I'm saying the name right. Somebody write Yaker in the damn chat. Let me put my man in the banner here. Y'all blessing your boy so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me write my man here, and I hope I'm saying that right. Really, really appreciate that, brother. Y'all blessing your boy. I don't even really come out live, but y'all have been asking for me for this for days. I don't even do live no more. And it really makes me feel good, man. I do it live. And y'all bless me like this. And even the ones who just comment in the chat, some of y'all comments have been crazy. And then some of y'all bless me, even if you bless me with 99 cents. Thank you. But some of y'all go outrageous. And my man Yaka went outrageous. So thank you so much. Really, really appreciate that, brother. Thank you. What does my man say? Well, let me finish this banner. I can't multitask. Thank you so much. My man says, lead. He said, the bag chasers appreciate you. Thank you. He says, you family. I appreciate that. Shout out to all the bag chasers. I'm in his Patreon, so technically I am a bag chaser. And then your boy was on Corey Holcomb, so I'm 51, 52. I'll lead attorney. You're playing both sides, nigga. No, I'm just I don't have a dog in the fight, man. I do not have a dog in the fight. I'm just calling it as I see it, calling balls and strikes. All right. Everybody's on these lives and stuff talking about their opinions. No one is giving the legal side. So here I am. So I really, really appreciate you. Shout out to all the bag chasers. Thank you so much, Yakar or Yaka. I appreciate it. I'm sorry I'm fucking up your name, brother, but thank you. Thank you. Cannot tell you how appreciative I am. So I got you in the banner. Thank y'all for shouting my man out. Oh man, look who we got here. We got the little gaming channel. He found me. Excellent content creator. Man, I have been, I don't know why I've done this, but my algorithm now is sending me all of this Chris Smooth, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. I can't get enough of it. I cannot get enough of watching these damn Modern Warfare gameplays. And my man Little Gaming Channel does gameplays on his channel. Excellent content creator, but an even better man and an even better human being. Somebody write TLGC in the damn chat. Guys, y'all support me so much, but I need to be honest, man. There are a few people who are really integral, really the principles to my channel. And this man here, the Little Gaming Channel, is absolutely one of them. I'm just talking about a handful of people. This man has co-sponsored so many streams with other people. And he said, fuck it. And he has sponsored himself so many streams by himself. So thank you, TLGC, the Little Gaming Channel. If y'all like me a little bit, man, somebody write TLGC in this damn thing. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me put my man TLGC. He found me over here. Man, I'm on the back channel. I can't do this. I can't do this shit on the regular channel. And TLGC. Right, my man over there, the Little Gaming Channel and the Little Gaming Channel. And thank y'all for shouting him out. Again, y'all might not know me, y'all might not know him, but if y'all are seeing me, a huge part of it is because of him. And what does he say? He says that coward will 100% sue. Oh, he's a coward. Some people just hey man, I'm over here with it. Seeing is like, hey man, I'm over here with it. My man TLGC is like, I'm over here with it. It's amazing. Some of y'all are really not fucking with Anton. I'll tell you, when he's come on my channel, when I've met him in person, when I've collaborated with him in person, seems absolutely normal, just like Corey. Some of y'all are not fucking with these dudes though, man. It's amazing. So big shout out to the Little Gaming Channel, and thank y'all for shouting them out. Little Gaming Channel, man, you know what you mean to me and this channel. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you. And thank y'all for shouting them out. And okay, so that's the last. I'm gonna read all of them, right? But I got a lot of people in the back. So I want to bring some people up here. Let me bring up, how do I want to do this? You know, when I started, I used to do this whole, back in 2018, 2019, 2020, everybody used to bring everybody up at the same time. And I learned very quickly, that's a shit show. So I definitely like. I mean, I got to be respectful, though, right? So I got to bring my man, Mr. Fantastic, up. Shout out to Mr. Fantastic. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, I'm gonna get this shit right. Hold up. All right, and let me bring up one other person. Let me bring up. We got Devin. All right, Devin Locke. How you doing, brother?
How you doing, man?
Good. Now, just initially, guys, just quick. Mr. Fantastic, are you on one side or the other? Who are you kind of favoring in this, if anybody?
I'm on the side of the child.
The side of the child. All right. So we got a bag chaser over here. Not necessarily a bag chaser, but the bag chaser's child.
Yeah, the child.
The child. All right. And then Mr. Lockett, Devin, kind of where are you leaning? Are you leaning more towards Anton or more towards 5150?
I'm going to tell you right now, man, I was about as 50-50 from the very beginning. Even during the first argument, I was rooting for Corey. But we're going to have this uncomfortable conversation, bro. Remember the Chris Rock monologue where he talked about the difference between the black people and the right? And the ninjas, right? Our society has always been pretty much evenly divided 50-50, and that is being illustrated right now with this situation. All of the black people are supporting Corey. I mean, supporting Anton, and they're going to stick with Anton regardless of his perceived defects or whatever, shortcomings he may have. And all of the niggas are going to support Corey no matter what. Okay, the niggas are going to be hard.
All right, let's say ninjas first. Let's say ninjas. All right, let's calm down a little bit.
All right. Let's say ninja. If you ever refer to yourself as keeping it real, you one of the ninjas. If you think that other people within our society are cake, you might be one of the ninjas. I'm just saying. And right now, if you don't follow a moral code, I'm just keeping it 100, right? If you don't follow a moral code, then you're subhuman. If you're going to excuse the nihilism that it takes to drag someone's innocent child into this, then you might be a ninja. I'm just telling you.
All right, now we got Mr. Thank you so much that we got Mr. Fantastic
on any level.
Okay,
right?
all right. Listen,
ninjas
go ahead, finish up.
Need the reinforcement system, criminal justice as well as civil justice system to regulate their behavior. Black people don't need to be regulated by the system. Black people are self-regulating.
Well, I've represented a lot of black people. I've represented a lot of black people who are not self-regulating, but I see what you're saying.
Most of us
wait, Devin. Okay, give me 1 second. We got Mr. Fantastic up here too. Mr. Fantastic, also a YouTuber. Shout your channel out, brother.
Hey man, Mr. Fantastic 824, man. Shout out to Lee. Appreciate you for bringing me up, brother.
No problem. All right, now you mentioned that I saw you kind of looking a little off camera a little bit when our man Devin was talking about when he was talking, but he did kind of end up in the place of being concerned about the child, right? And I think that you were kind of focused on that as well a little bit. Kind of tell us, how do you feel about this?
Yeah, man. I'm looking at this from a man standpoint and a father standpoint. I understand that anybody can do whatever, right? There's always a risk of that. But as a man, there's supposed to be a man code, and it's crazy to me to see these amount of men that are, these being very backdooria for Corey and 5150, and just saying, oh man, it's Corey, so I'm riding with it. And a lot of these men got daughters, they got mothers, they got sisters, they got whatever. Now the wife is whatever, she grown. I'm not really, but bringing a child into this and then they're lying. Anton don't post his kid on his social media, like I say, he purposely keeps her out of the limelight and all these different things. And this attitude, there's no rules in war. There really are. It's the Geneva Conventions, look it up, right? And a lot of different things, right? So people are using this, like Devin said, a lot of street mentality when we're talking legal here. So shout out to you, Lee. But like I said, you're giving a legal breakdown of what could most likely happen, but because picking sides, they can't even hear that. So, but hold on, hey, this brother, the Mr. Clean Genie brother, you black, right? I'm just saying. Man. Okay, all right, brother. You just what I'm saying. You give me,
you were throwing the N-word around a little bit.
Yeah, real light. I got. They gonna be like the dark skin. He didn't say nothing to this brother. He looking like I gotta be the bad guy. But it's okay, brother. It's okay.
I'm from New Orleans, brother. Some of us are very light-skinned where we come from.
Okay. Just making sure.
Shout out to you. All
right.
Black
family has been in New Orleans since 1731. The city of New Orleans was 13 years old, and they were black when they left France, brother.
Awesome. All right, let me see this. Anybody in the chat, if you are team Anton, if you're team 5150, Anybody in the back is 5150. Can you raise your hand if you're anybody in the back 5150? All right, so we got one brother here. Oh, but Mr. Ireland, I'll bring you up, man. But listen, you know, it sounds like it looks like you're driving, MJ Irish, you know, so I want to respect you, but I don't want to contribute to your if any accident. So, but I appreciate you coming up. Please come up another time if you're not driving. And I would absolutely have you up, but that was one of the rules that I did say that no one should be driving. All right. And it looks like everybody else back here is Team Anton. No, nobody from 5150 wants to come up. Let me bring up Mont. Mont, how are you doing, brother?
What's the deal? What's the deal, man?
I appreciate you coming up. Tell us how you feel about this.
It might seem, it's probably gonna seem to a lot of people that I'm pro Anton. But I'm just objective. I try to be objective all the time, and I read each individual situation by each individual situation. And I agree with Mr. Fantastic that I think that we have a social contract between men. I think that whatever we say between each other, all right, you whoop my ass, I'd say I whoop your ass, all that type of stuff. Cool. You know, you can go as low as you want, but when you bring the girl into it, it start to get kind of like feminine. Like, it's feminine for one. Like, we don't do that. Like, and it's just it breaks the social contract. Now you've pulled in, you really broke the rules. You broke the rules. So now it's like, if he wants to sue him, it's like that's the only option. But I think everybody in the chat, they want him to crash out. Because I know me personally, in my head, I'm thinking it's only two options, right? I can sue you or I can get you touched. So it's like, you talked about my daughter. So it's like, which one do y'all really want him to do? And I'd rather him just sue him. You know, I think that makes more sense to just take some money from him versus actually, you know, having to like, you know what? Now I gotta pull up on Corey. Now I gotta catch him when he don't think I'm gonna catch him. I think this is the better route.
Gotcha. Thank you, Devin. Let me ask you: do you think Anton should sue, or do you think he should not sue?
Most definitely, he should sue. His wife should sue. His daughter should sue. Yes.
Gotcha.
A couple of cousins in there too. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
If his mama's still alive, his mama, you know, because grandma got upset too. You know what I mean? That was traumatizing. That was traumatizing to grandma. Everybody at church made fun of grandma. Everybody, you know what I mean? You know, everybody has some emotional damage.
I appreciate that. All right. Let me bring up Mr. Devil Dog. We got Mr. Devil Dog in the house. And thank you so much, brother, for being one of the sponsors. I really, really appreciate it. So thank you.
Anytime.
I appreciate you coming up here as well. You know, are you more Anton or are you more 5150? You know, how do you see this?
You know, I play it down the middle, but for the sake of argument, I'm a drift a little bit away from where the rest of the panel is going because, you know, we talked about the social contract and the laws of war. I'm gonna tell you what happens in war. When you bomb an American city, all bets are off, right? Family for everything. You know, the law of war. Look back in the heat of battle, you do what you got to do. And I think in this case, I'm a father of 4 daughters. Wow. Right? I would never provoke the type of thing that Anton provoked because I got things to protect. And I think Anton needs to, as much as he is right to sue, he needs to blame himself a little bit for this, as far as I'm concerned, because that's not protecting your family. The fact that she was open for this attack and all the things that followed, that's on him a little bit. Now, what Corey did was he went overboard. I wouldn't have done it, but I also saw this as foreseeable, given the heat, given how visceral it got on that panel. And I think that if you put yourself in a position where you're gonna, like you said, you pull out a knife on a man and he shoots you, you can't, you know, but it's predictable. You go in some places, you know, people gonna be armed up. He knew what he was dealing with when he dealt with Corey, and he got online afterwards, ran his mouth about he would have whooped his ass. I mean, he's had a lot to say, and he kept it going. My thing is, look, you can't control the response, right? The laws of war adjudicates what happens afterwards. Nobody's thinking about it during a firefight. So,
you know, yeah, I'm sorry, but I just wanted to agree with you a little bit, you know, and kind of disagree with Mr. Fantastic about, you know, the laws of war. Now, I feel weird disagreeing about the laws of war with Mr. Fantastic because he was military and I'm not. but I do know a little bit about, the United States. And when we get over there, yeah, we got conventions and yeah, we got rules and regulations. But if we're honest, a lot of shit goes down. We can even look to see what just went down in Venezuela, right? It's like, man, it seems like we're kind of making some of this stuff up as we go along. We're not even going to talk about what the CIA has been doing and all the drugs that's in and out of this country. Like, the United States does a lot of stuff that's not necessarily by the book. So yes, technically there are laws and technically there are codes, but in the right circumstances, people they'll go off the range. And I really do think that, when you are dealing with a man, you just can't assume that you are playing by the same rules as that man. Or what do you think, Mr. Fantastic? I don't want to disagree with you a little bit without giving you a
No, it's cool. No. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I think as a man, you have to always be aware. Anybody can snap, lead. I mean, it's people that snap every day that ain't never committed a crime in their life. I mean, when we was growing up, remember, for some reason, the mailman was like the most violent person. He just kill everybody. I don't know. You delivering me. I can't take the mail no more. So I don't know. So, but I think a part of man is understanding danger and, addressing some things anyway. Again, if a man talk, now then, I'm not with Anton talking for a week and talking about, listen, I said this time and time, I'm gonna keep saying it again. Anton wasn't gonna fight shit. Corey wasn't gonna fight shit. Neither one of them. Okay.
Well, let me jump in though, because I would have thought that too. And then I saw that video of Corey punching that woman in the face.
Yeah, because she's a woman. She's a woman.
Well,
you punch a woman, we don't punch a man.
Yeah.
Clearly.
I'll say this. Anton is absolutely not a woman. All right. At the same time, Corey is much bigger than Anton. Much bigger. Much taller, much heavier, got reach.
And he didn't do nothing, lead. He got all that advantage. He had all that smoke. He had all that talk, and he didn't do shit. But when the woman said something,
he went after a woman. Corey ultimately went after a woman. So he went by his pattern.
Right.
Well, hey, what's name? What the dude say? Hide your kids, hide your wife. Right? That's Corey. Corey around, man. Hide your kids, hide your wife, man.
Mm-hmm. So you wouldn't step outside. Once you refuse a fade, you don't have S talking rights after that. You lose all S talking rights after that.
So are you guys saying that? So are you guys saying that Corey basically is scared of Anton?
I'm not saying he's scared of Anton. He said it repeatedly. He's a comedian, I know, but he talks a lot of stuff. And then once he gets in front of the man's face, he pieced it up with Stephen A. He had a lot to say. When he got Stephen A. pressed him, he folded. He said himself about the whole thing with, I don't know what was going on between him and Charles Barkley, but he said he was going to fight Charles Barkley because Charles Barkley was bigger than him. He said himself on the video, if I feel like it's a man, I'm not going to step in his face. He said that. That's coward shit. A man, I don't care who you are. Except for like, it's exceptions. I'm not trying no shit with John Jones. I let that be known. John Jones got it. You know what I'm saying?
You got it, pimp. You got
it. He get apologies or he get the pistol. That's the only thing. John Jones got two things to get. But other than that, for the most part, bro, you know what I mean? That's coward shit. No man does that. Oh, if I'm bigger than you and I'm stronger than you, I'm gonna press you, I'm gonna try you. But if I feel like I might take the L, and then like this footage just came out, didn't help at all. So the weaker guys and the women, you're gonna press them. But if you feel like it's somebody that can do something, you're gonna fold. No, that's not man.
Are you guys saying that Corey felt like Anton could do something?
No, we're saying that he was posturing. I think he was just. I think he thought Anton would back down because he thought Anton was a square, like a lot of guys think he was all square. He got up, Anton didn't flinch, and then was like, "Oh shit!" Now, then we just got to talk at each other.
Look at the bewildered look on his face during the original video once he realized Anton wasn't scared of him. It don't matter who would have won the fight. It don't matter who wins the fight. Every fight begins with a punch. If you throw a sucker punch, then you the punk. Okay? You the punk. But once that punch is thrown, then it becomes a fight, and nobody knows who's gonna win. That's the fact. Nobody knows who's gonna win until the fight is over. But you can see on the video the bewildered look on his face once he realized he didn't have Anton punked.
I put this straight on Anton, though. You got a daughter, you're a public figure, you got to be careful.
You got to be responsible.
You antagonize, be careful how far you take it. You won, he 50-50 or you won, leave it there. But when he got on and kept you going and talked about he would have whooped his ass, I thought, man, this ain't going to end well. Now you're going to make it a battle of attrition. And you got a daughter, especially if you sort of public and they're kind of public,
I don't think that's a fair assessment personally. I think that the idea that because I have my daughters alive, that if I say anything to anybody, even if I'm a politician, and let's say me and another politician are going against each other and having it out, that other politician, no matter what he says about my daughter or does, that I'm like, oh, you knew you had another human being at home, even if she's not on your page. And of course she's alive and she's a kid, so she got social media, but she's not a star. She just.
You said fair. It's not fair.
Yeah,
that's the way it is.
And I got another pushback, like the idea that there are no rules. The idea that no matter, you can't control how somebody responds. I believe that to a small degree, not to a large degree, because if I touch you and then you shoot me, it's like you're going to get in trouble for that, right? Unless you can prove that you reasonably had no other choice or feared for your life. Of course, that's overboard, because we have to be within reason to some degree, right? As a people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that, but only kind of on paper. The laws are kind of on paper, but the laws really don't control what happens in real life. And you can see that if you go to these big buildings that are labeled prison, right? A lot of stuff happens on the streets that are against what's written on paper. And people do these actions and they say, hey, maybe I will get caught, maybe I won't, and I'll just deal with the consequences later. And I really do think that when you deal with men, especially in violent situations, it can be the case that, you step on someone's shoes, and before you can say, I'm sorry, he pulls out a gun and he shoots you. Now the law says that's not allowed, but it'll happen. And it has happened numerous times, right?
We pay a lot of money in taxes so that we live in a civilized society, and we ain't got to worry about that. And if we got to call the people to whom our tax money goes to enforce the law, to show ninjas that we are a civilized society, then so be it. Ninjas have to have their behavior regulated, and black people regulate their own behavior.
But it's regulated in retrospect, right? Would you rather have a lawsuit that you won at the expense of your daughter being damaged?
I understand that, but we can't live in fear of half of our own population. So this is a good example of finally putting that bully ninja BS to death. Once and for all. Ain't nobody scared of nobody. All right. Punky doesn't have any value. Forget about it. Learn to communicate like a civilized human being.
I hear you. Big shout out to Devin. I'm going to rotate the panel a little bit, but thank you so much, Devin, for coming up. Really appreciate you, brother. Big shout out to Devin. Thank you.
Lee,
yes, sir.
Real quick, can I just add on to what you just said?
Absolutely.
So I agree with you that, at the end of the day, a man he can decide your fate if you step on his shoe. Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying is all of us on the panel can, within the social contract, we will deem that unreasonable if you stepped on a man's shoe and he shot you.
100%.
That's what I'm saying.
I totally agree. And I want to live in the world where that's unreasonable. And I'll be honest, I kind of want to live in a world where it's unreasonable for a 60-year-old man to be, talking like this to a child, a 17-year-old, but still a child who, hasn't done anything wrong to him. So I agree. It was kind of looking a little bit sketchy to me, but we got MJ Irish. I think you're muted, brother, but what do you think about this?
Oh, well, let me just get out of the way. I'm not for embarrassing a child. However, I am for 5150. I'm for protecting comedy, allowing him to do what he does. I mean, that's why he ended up on that show. He knows he pushes the line. I think that he's been putting that little girl in the public's eye for a while now. She's been in competitions, multiple medals. She got pages online. I think you probably opened her up for this when you started putting her out there nationally. And now, I mean, he didn't get those photos from his cell phone. He got them off the internet. I think she put herself in the public light, and it's not nice, but I don't think that it's legally something that he should be able to be punished for.
Okay, so you don't think he should be legally punished for kind of sexualizing this child?
Well, in the first place, she's a public figure as far as I'm concerned. So when you put a child on TV, in a movie, wherever you put her, and she's sexualized, I don't think there's a lot of lawsuits for that.
just to jump in, has this girl been on TV in the movies?
Yeah, no, she's on the internet. She's got pages. She's got pictures with her U.S. team. She's out there competing nationally. They got her all over the internet.
Okay, well, you can absolutely be an athlete, but just because you're an athlete doesn't necessarily make you a public figure. It just means that you're an athlete and people take a lot of pictures of you, but you're doing what you do, but you're not trying to put yourself in the limelight. It's one thing like me, you know, being on YouTube, putting myself in the limelight, talking to thousands of people. And it's another thing if I'm just a track star. Or what specifically does the child do for the Olympics? Or what does she do?
I think it's Taekwondo, they said.
Yeah, martial arts.
Or something.
If she's just doing martial arts and people are taking pictures of her, but she's just doing her practice, I would not call that a public figure, to be honest. Now, if she were, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. They said they were putting her in the Olympics. That they've been grooming her for a public figure this whole time, and she's been in and out of the limelight as far as the internet goes. Now, California definition, I mean, she's accumulating this fame through government or national competitions. I think if I had to give him an argument, that's where I would probably start. I'm not saying it was right. I'm just saying it seems to me like she's in the public eye already.
Could I ask a clarifying question?
Absolutely.
Are you saying that you are pretty much taking educated guesses that she has these photos and that she has these pages, or have you seen her Instagram and you've seen her?
Yeah, I tried to look it all up before work. I couldn't find a whole lot. I managed to look at the definition of public figure in California statute. I saw her pictures online. As far as her pages, personal pages, I think they're trying to shut them down now so they can make the case that she wasn't in the public eye. Because I wasn't able to find a lot.
I guess I'm asking, what did you find? Like, did you find her personal page?
You didn't find anything.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's hard to find out.
Everything you're saying is speculation, though. So again, y'all lied and said that. Hold on, let's real quick. So y'all lied and said that they got the thing from Anton's page. Anton didn't have that on his page. They went and got it from somewhere else. That's why they clipped it. Like you said, I don't know how whoever it was reported that was his daughter. No one had any idea that was his daughter. It's just somebody on the U.S. Olympic team or on the USA team, right? So once you make the correlation and you identify her as his daughter, that's where you open the things up and you start violating the things that Lee went over.
Now, I understand that. But at 17 years old, you know she has pages. You know she has an Instagram. You know she got a TikTok.
But did you hear what Lee said, though? Yeah, but did you listen to the legal documentation and classification that Lee gave earlier?
I looked up the statute. California statute states it. I can read it to you if you want.
Well, and that's another thing too. We don't necessarily know that this is going to be brought in California, but just in general, just because a 17-year-old has an Instagram or just because a 17-year-old has a TikTok does not mean that they are public figures. It could be that they have that TikTok for just their friends and their immediate family. It doesn't mean that they're putting themselves into the public limelight.
I understand that.
Mm-hmm. So it's a little different, but you're right to raise it as an issue. It's an issue. You know, if it turns out that this girl does have a TikTok of 2 million people, then that would mean something. Right now, I haven't looked her up. I don't know what she has or what she doesn't have. So, but you're
300 medals. You got to figure there's some fights online. I just haven't been able to find it yet.
Again, just because someone records you and puts your video online doesn't make that a public figure. Public figures have to put themselves online. I put myself online. Mr. Fantastic puts himself online. It's totally different if I'm playing soccer, someone records me and they put me online. You're saying she has all these medals, so she must be online somewhere. That does not make you a public figure. The person themselves needs to take the step of putting themselves online.
And that's what it boils down to. If she didn't put herself online, then I guess they won't have an argument there. But that's where I would start.
Gotcha.
I got another question for my man MJ.
Yeah.
So MJ, are you of the opinion that Corey is a comedian, so that means that he doesn't necessarily have to play by certain rules? So if Anton's going to pick with a comedian, this is just a part of it.
Yes.
Okay, so this is my question. So I thought that Corey made it clear that I go by the rules of the streets. I go by the rules that I grew up with. If you say suck my D, you cross the line, and I don't care if you joking, I don't care if you playing with me, I don't play that backdoorious stuff. All the jokes is off, and we got to rumble. Did Corey make that distinction? That's a line cross for him?
I mean, he said that, but he's a comedian. I don't know what you take for face value when a comedian's talking.
Okay, because I think we all kind of come from pretty much the same rule set of if a man says that to you, you know, the street rules is you got to get busy. I'm pretty sure we all kind of at least experience, you know, playing by them rules at one point in life, right? So I do find it hypocritical that we say, oh, there's no rules over here. But Corey made it clear that as soon as Anton said that, my gloves came off, and I got to get in your. I got to show you what's up because I'm not playing with you no more.
He jumped bad, but he remembered litigation just a couple of years ago, and he's got a show. I think he sat down or got up with the intent, but once he got over there and realized that he's on camera and it's about to get heavy again, and he don't want to pay a retainer, he probably backed it off there. I don't think that man's either scared or that he was just being performative. I just think he chose better when he got in the situation.
I understand what you're saying. I just think it's hypocritical because Corey made it clear to all of us that he has rules and that his rules are what he grew up with. You can't say that to me. Like, we got to stop this conversation right now, and I got to let you know, don't ever play with me like that. I think he made that clear.
That's a stretch. Yeah, that's a stretch, though.
No.
It's coming from Corey. Corey said a lot. You know, Corey said a lot. Come on now.
You don't think that's what he did that day? It stopped it. Like, yo, we got to stop this, and I got to let you know not to play with me.
No, I don't. Like I said, he's a comedian, man. I can't take nothing for face value.
Okay. And I will say this, and I think that is, I don't think that's correct. And I think that is absolutely giving Corey the keys to not being held accountable for anything. If you say, hey, Corey's a comedian, I don't take anything he says at face value. Corey's a comedian, he can contradict himself. Corey's a comedian, he can say anything. I don't think that you are really holding him to account as a man. Just because you have a certain profession, whether it's a comedian or not, if you live by certain rules and codes, those rules and codes should come before your profession, I would think. So if you say, Corey's a comedian, he can say anything, I don't necessarily agree with that.
When you watch a comedy at the movie theater, how much of that are you supposed to attribute to that actor's actual belief system? Or is this just a movie? Is this just a performance?
Yeah, but that's indirect. It's not directed to anyone in particular for the most part. So whenever they make a, you know, let's just say F them kids, right? You say the F them kids joke is clearly comedic. It's not ill intent and malicious. This was malicious against an individual.
I don't know if you're familiar with Corey's comedy, but it's got some ill intent sometimes. But that's his comedy.
Yeah, I got you. But like I said, and then once you do it on YouTube, you bring yourself into a whole nother different thing. So that's what I'm saying. If you're doing something at a comedy show and it's just random or whatnot, what have you, yeah, that's cool and fine if you're on a stage. But once you put yourself on YouTube and then you make a malicious attack against a kid, and again, I'm just going by what Lee said, what he showed, not said, but what he showed you for precedence for setting up a suit. You open yourself up to this, and you being a comedian is not going to be a sufficient excuse from the law.
But what's the difference if I'm on YouTube or I'm in a movie theater or I'm at a comedy show or I'm on stage at Broadway? What's the difference? If I'm a comedian and I'm performing comedy, what are the bounds?
Well, that's the difference. So if you're at a live comedy show, there's no way for you to aggregate the numbers and the people that seen it or watched it or so on and so forth. Of course, like in the real time, right? Being that you did a live thing on YouTube with 20,000 plus views, and now you can track it with, the viewership on the thing. He hadn't changed anything. That's what makes it different.
Yeah, and let me jump in. Let's say Denzel Washington is playing a role. He's acting in a movie, but in the movie, he shows the real picture of this child. And in the movie, he says all things that sexualize this child. Denzel can be held to account for that, even though he is acting, even though that was in the script, because it's he's going to be held liable for that, even though it's on a show. So just because you're acting or just because you're a comedian, if you harm somebody to a severe extent outside the bounds of what's reasonable, you can get sued for that, whether you're acting or not. Now, it could be, is Denzel going to get sued? Is the production company going to get sued? Is the writer of the script going to get sued? Is the executive producer going to get sued? Maybe all of them get sued. But at the end of the day, just saying, oh, it was a show, is not going to save you when you cause harm. You know, if Denzel is acting in a movie and he sees someone that he doesn't like and he pulls out, you know, one of the movie guns and shoots that person, he's going to go to trial. Him being in a movie and it being in the script, maybe or maybe not, it's not going to save him.
Also, MJ, do you think that I'm try to be honest? I'd like you to be honest with me, but of course you don't have to. That day when Anton and Corey was about to get into it, do you believe that Corey would have done something if Anton said it again?
Yes.
So you don't believe that he was being a comedian right there? You don't believe that was being funny? You think that he was being serious?
I mean, I don't know, but just hearing what I've heard since then, his hands were shaking. That's adrenaline. He got in his face. He yelled at D. He probably could have been pushed at that point. There's a chance of it, yeah.
That's interesting because I thought I asked a clear question, and I thought you said that you believe that Corey would have done something if Anton said it again, but then you kind of got a little bit. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I think he asked a question like that. I think he got you. I think Monk got you a little bit on that, MJ. And listen, I wish I could have you on the stream longer, but people are complaining about your audio, and I know you're on the road and everything, but I've tried to hold you on for as long as I can. But I really appreciate you coming up. And I appreciate your perspective. So thank you so much for coming up, brother.
Yes, sir.
And Lee, can I ask you a question real quick, Lee?
Absolutely.
You've been to a comedy show before, right?
Yeah.
Did you notice any kids at a comedy show?
No, but I have been in places where kids are, and I'm like, it's kind of weird that you got a kid in here.
Yeah, but the comedy shows usually have an age limit. Comedy shows, they serve alcohol and stuff. So I don't know why, people in the chat keep talking about, people, they talk shit about people in the crowd all the time. Yeah, they're grown. They're grown.
That's a great point. That's a great point. Let's see who else. And let me bring up Professor Walt. Are you there? No. All right, Professor Walt. Thank you.
I cannot hear. Oh my God. I cannot hear. I'm gonna hang up.
All right, I'll drop you down.
I cannot hear.
All right, I'll drop you down. All right. Brian and Mr. Bill Collector, y'all are pretty dark. I don't know if y'all can cut on a light in there. Let me bring up R Payne. R Payne, how you doing, brother? All right, it looks like you're muted.
No,
brother.
no, I'm off now. Hey, gentlemen, how you doing? Hey, Lee, that was an excellent expose on this situation.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hey, what's up, Mr. Fantastic? All right. Let me just say,
what do you think about R Payne?
So what?
What do you think about this situation here?
Here's a couple things, man. We had an opportunity lost. I mean, there's a clear bifurcation in the Black community between the folks who identify with the streets and the folks who identify with higher thinking in terms of, professions, conservatism, and that kind of stuff. And I thought they wasted an opportunity to do something productive. But no matter what Anton did, even Anton's diatribe for a week, bashing the hell out of Corey after the fact, that still nothing justifies what Corey did about Anton's daughter. Absolutely nothing. And what shocks me is how many men are trying to wiffle waffle on that shit. I got a daughter, man, who, she's dark skinned. Thank God for her mother, who's pretty, that saved her. You know what I'm saying? But the truth of the matter is, thank God for her mother who saved her.
Okay, I keep talking, but that shit.
But here's the thing. His daughter's a dark-skinned woman, and Black women have an incessant inferiority complex about their complexion and all of that kind of stuff. For him to come out, sexualize her, say all that stuff, it's absolutely no redemption for that. And until you started talking about how she could sue him, I hope Anton follows that. Because, just think about it. He's talking all this blackity-black bullshit to Anton, right? I'm Black and you're a white man, this and this. And the first thing he does to get back at him, he attacks a Black little girl. How do we reconcile that? How does that get reconciled? You know, and all these
Great
excuses about Anton, you know, okay, Anton accelerated the thing by saying he, you know, Johnson sucked or whatever, right? Okay, I could dig it, but that doesn't justify that.
Yeah, you know, and you raise a great point. I mean, Corey was trying to hold Anton to account, saying, hey, you don't talk about white men. You got all this smoke for the black community, you got all this smoke for black women, but you don't talk about white people, and you specifically don't talk about white men. So Corey's kind of positioning himself as the champion or the defender of black people. And then when he wants to hurt Anton, he immediately goes to black people, black women in particular. So, I mean, you got a great point right there, Arpain, to be honest. You know,
Yeah,
do you think he should file some type of suit against Corey, or do you think he should just squash it and let bygones be bygones? What do you think?
you know, I mean, you know, I think he should file a suit. I think he should do that. Now, whether he needs to do it or not, that's a, you know, questionable kind of thing, but I think he should go ahead and do that. I think we should send a message that even if we have squabbles between each other as black men, we should leave our children out of it. We should just leave our children out of it. And the other thing was a little lesser. It was an opportunity for have that bifurcation between how a conservative black lives and a black man who is more into the streets and stuff like that, you know, the hood and all that kind of shit, and see where that gap really is. Because that's our community right there. The have and have nots, the class divide, the ideological divide, all that shit was right there for them to take advantage of and have a real substantive conversation. Instead, they just turned it all into N-word shit.
I hear you. I hear you. Thank you so much. And I'm going to bring someone else up. Let me just give a quick shout out to Kajan. Thank you so much. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Kajan gave me a $10 on the Cash app. So thank you. Also, Mike that dude, also $10 on the Cash app. Thank you so much. I'm gonna pull up my man Brian in a second, but let me get to my man Bruiser. We got Bruiser on the panel. Big
Man.
shout out.
Man, why you skip Brian like that, man?
I'm gonna bring him up, but I gotta bring the
I'm
big
messing with you,
dogs up
man.
first. I gotta bring the big dogs.
I'm flexing that priority. That's all. What's up, big dog?
Man, listen, thank you so much for coming up. How do you feel about all this whole Anton versus Corey situation, and now Anton's family getting dragged into it? What's your take on it?
I think it's a big mess. I don't know. I'm just learning from you about the law on talking about minors, but I'm kind of skeptical because I noticed they stated during the live stream that YouTube it has a policy against fighting on YouTube. Like I think they'll strike it down or something like that. But whenever you talk about a minor, like there's some leniency. Like that don't make sense to me. That's why I was gonna pose a question. Like, is the YouTube guidelines hard on physical contact altercations, but they're okay with you know, throwing attacks at minors in a sexual manner?
No, I think it's opposite. Now, all of us YouTubers, we do know that YouTube can at times seem random, but you can't say, oh, well, you know, YouTube doesn't like fighting when you can just type in UFC and see John Jones almost murdering a man, right? I mean, YouTube's fine with violence. Now, certain types of violence, you can't do all this gore and stuff, but you know, there are tons of videos that have violence in them and they'll be fine. But to be fair, there is tons of videos that'll have violence in them and then they'll get community strikes or they'll get demonetized. I will say that I noticed that Corey's original stream with Anton, where the whole S my D and all this or all that stream got age restricted. I saw that. So it said under the title of the stream that it was age restricted. I'm not sure if Corey appealed it or kind of what the status is now, but I was surprised by that. And I think there were a few content creators who made videos on that and their content got taken down. So YouTube, it can kind of be kind of random. But if you talk about minors, it's way more likely that YouTube is going to get involved than you know, a fight.
And that's what I kind of expect. I kind of expect at some point, maybe the analytics or whatever YouTube uses to scrub content, they might just come upon that and maybe do something about it. If they don't, I will be surprised. That's going to be a little bit disappointing. But this thing about street rules and what you're supposed to do, I think this just showcased that it's just a lot of people in the culture just don't align on these principles and standards like people expect them to do. We so disjointed and disfragmented on a lot of these things that we supposed to mutually expect out each other as far as how we supposed to carry ourselves. I don't know why people are shocked that people are not following through with what they used to do in the olden days. Uh, so that's just my thing on that. I don't really try to get too much into it though. But I appreciate you bringing me up, Lee.
No problem. No problem. Do you think Anton should look into filing something? Do you think he should hire an attorney and see what his options are? Or do you think he should just, squash this as a man, chalk it up to the game and move on? Kind of what's your
Yeah, I think it's lead. I think it's way past what is chalking it up as a man or anything that got to do with him. I think if you have kids, I got a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old. If you have, I mean, per the story, your daughter crying and going through these psychological things, for you to just say that, oh, I'm just gonna let it go, you got to kind of see how that's gonna look in her eyes and how she's gonna feel about her daddy, not doing nothing about it. That's gonna be a tough. Even if he felt like, you know what, I just let
That's
it
a
go
great
because I done said
point.
so many things. Then now you got to reconcile with your wife and your daughter. Like that's a corner. I would feel cornered if I was a man that just want to kind of let it pass because of all the you know the content I've made, and people might not agree with it or disagree with it. If have your daughter and your wife having this expectation to push you towards it, like it's just almost like you got to do it almost.
Man, that's a great point. That's like you at the mall with your girl and some dude walk by and smack her ass. She turns and that dude smacked me in the ass and she looking you dead in the eye. Now you're like, fuck, man. I just wanted to buy some shoes, right? Now you in it. So that's a great point. I had not considered that, but it could be that the daughter and the mom, the wife, is kind of looking at Anton like, hey, I thought were supposed to be the protector. All right, provide and protect isn't that our two number one things? So
Yeah,
I didn't consider that.
imagine
That's a
Lee,
great point.
imagine a year from now and he don't do nothing, and everybody like, oh, that couldn't have been my daughter, my wife. I don't think
Yeah,
Anton is the type of guy that wants to be on the hook for not stepping up. I think he's really big on his credibility and his reputation. He try to protect it. So I don't think he's gonna let this just go like that.
great point. Great point. Great point.
You know what I think is interesting, and I super chatted this too. Have you ever watched watched a football team or a sports team that you hated play a random team, and you just rooted for this random team to win this game, and that random team wet the bed, and you was just so mad at that team? I think I think Anton Hader should be furious with Corey because he gave Anton this W. Like because let's say people said, all right, Anton didn't say it again, he lost. He should have said it again, right? And then Corey comes and he talks about his daughter and he gives Anton a W right into his lap, whereas he can sue him in this situation, and it seems like pretty straightforward here. Like, all right, take my daughter out of school. We're gonna miss some Olympic practices. You're going 2 times a week. We're gonna take you to to therapy. To therapy. It's like, and Anton admitted in an interview, he literally said, I play chess. He said, I play chess. And like, you just gave him this W in the lap, but you never brought up the daughter. Just said something about the wife, maybe. Like, you wouldn't make him look like one of God's favorite kids.
And I agree with Mike on this. I think it was like this further proves his point versus like the nerds versus the street guys or whatever way. And this Neanderthal, as he said, Corey wasn't thinking past anything of his emotion. So now it's like 7 to where like, hey, the villain wins in the end, where Anton came in as the villain, but he won because he got what he ultimately wanted. And on top of that, not just that, he's gonna get some money out of it, possibly. Like you said, but everything you've given. So yeah, this is definitely like Anton. If you look at the whole picture, don't just choose a side. That's why I was saying that Corey played right into his hand.
Well, let me get in there real quick. I think I spotted something that I don't think nobody spotted. Y'all notice Corey wanted him to say it again, but if you actually went back and played it and counted how many times Anton actually said it. I think he said it 3 to 4 times. So I think it's safe to say that it was a matter of proximity, how closing a distance is actually the blatant disrespect. But I would beg y'all to try to open y'all mind up to think like how far do you got to be sitting away for it to be confirmed as something that you should fight over? Like, because he was only a seat away, and then I'm just getting this picture in my mind that you have to be right in somebody's face to be able to confirm that, okay, now I can fight you. But he said it like 2 to 3 times in his studio on his set, and Corey didn't do anything. So that's just interesting to me. I don't know what y'all think about it.
Well, that's you being reasonable, and I don't think that's like with most of the people talking about this. I don't think that's interesting in them. So
it sounds like a little grace, like say it in my face is more like something like, I don't want to fight you, but just if you say it in my face, it's like I'm warning you, don't do that, bro, because then you can force me to have to do something. Like, I don't think Corey really wanted to. I think if Corey really wanted to fire off on him, he would just fired off of him once he got around, what's her name, Darlene. That's just my thought, because if you really think about it, if you really want to fight somebody for blatant disrespect, it doesn't matter how close they are, right? Or is that still a thing? Like, oh, you got to say it in my face.
Exactly. No, that's what I'm saying. And like you said, he was literally over top of him, bro. Like I said, so if he wanted, that's why I say neither one of them wanted to fight. Neither one. Again, it was theatrics, and hey, it was what it was. Because like I said, if I'm not for one, I'm not walking up on no man that close and not doing anything. If I like I said, if you ain't got to say it twice, that's crazy to me too. I've seen it plenty of times where, hey, even with the B word, a lot of dudes don't play with bitch, right? And fights break out from that. He ain't got to say it twice. You ain't got to say it again. If you about doing something, you're gonna do it regardless. You don't need encouragement or reconfirmation.
I think
I
doing the economics on it.
No, go ahead, Arpain. What are you saying?
I think both of them, man, they started doing the economics, and we got a bunch of clicks and views on this thing. We fight. That's gone. I know Corey. I mean, he might have been out of his mind there, but if he would have thrown a punch, all that would have went out. The demonetization would take all that out of the window.
Yeah,
it might not have been in the front of his head, but it was there because they had an ample amount. They was yelling at each other for 5 minutes when this whole thing became just irrelevant conversation. So they didn't want to fight, but I think they both understood that there's a whole bunch to lose by doing it.
I don't think that Anton gives off the impression that he's that type of person. I think he gives off the impression that I will fight, but I don't want to fight, versus Corey, who all of his energy was like, I'm going to stand up and I'm going to walk towards you. Like it was, I will fight over what you just said, versus Anton, which I think the majority of the time he'd have been comfortable. Like, you say something to me, I'm gonna say something back this whole interview. And then I'm gonna say, all right, let's get back to the conversation if we can. But I think he was prepared to just say something back every time Corey said something that he didn't like. I don't think he could have said anything that would have made Anton get up like, yo, fight me,
Yeah,
I think Anton was in a situation where he knew in his mind that, and this is my prerogative, if I could take an ass whooping and still win in this situation, you know what I'm saying? I know this dude is bigger than me. He's probably gonna beat my ass, but I'm not gonna back down. Not on the record. I'm gonna fight, and I'm probably gonna get my ass whooped, but I'm gonna win in court or something like that. I think maybe something like that.
I don't think he would have sued from a fair way.
They would have thrown 2 blows at each other.
Let me just jump in here before I forget my point. I talked about this in my last live. There was a movie, I don't know if y'all remember, Menace to Society, and the opening scene was you got these 2 dudes, they walk into a liquor store and they're acting up, and the Asian behind the counter says, oh, I'd be ashamed for your family if I was your mother, or some shit like that. And then,
I feel sorry for your mother.
Yes, that's exactly what he said.
Menace to Society.
And then O-Dog was like, what'd you say? And then he was like, I feel sorry for your mother. And then O-Dog pulled out a Glock and shot him, right? So we asked him twice just to confirm it, and then he took action. Now, a lot of y'all are saying that, Anton only said it once and he wouldn't repeat it. But I don't think y'all really listened to it. Anton said it 3 times. Anton said, you suck the dick of the black people. And then Corey said, no, I won't. No, I don't. And then Anton said, yes, you do. That's 2. And then Corey said, no, I don't suck dick. Anton said, yes, you do. Anton confirmed it 3 times. Then Corey's like, oh, we'll say it to my. Corey wanted it 4 fucking times. Like, you're a street dude. How many times do you need to say it? Right? How many times? And shout out
Lee,
to 150. What do you say, Mr. Van Dyke?
Hey, Lee, he owe Pinky some royalties for that, man. Say it again. Say it again. Say it again.
It's like, shit, if you're supposed to be a street dude, the dude done said it 3 times. No, but this is the 4th time, but say it for real. Say it for real. It's like, come on.
And I don't think anybody. Oh, go ahead.
I mean, one other thing, and this is kind of Corey playing both sides, but I feel him. He's kind of in a messed up situation. He wants to be hard. But what did Corey say once Anton left? Corey said, if you listen to it, he said, oh, he was right there. He said, I wanted to give him, close his eye up. I wanted to hit him right in his eye. He said, but, I'm successful. I don't want to do that. I don't want to hit it. So it's like, well, which is it? Are you?
He said he already had a court case pending or something.
Yeah, but are you a street dude or are you worrying about being successful? Are you a street dude and willing to go to jail or are you worried about the check? Most of the street dudes that I know, they don't give a damn about no damn jail. If they are crossed, if their manhood is disrespected, their manhood is taken, they're just going to go to jail. They're going to go to prison. They're going to get executed. They don't really care. It's hard to say you a street dude, but then you worried about the clicks and the views. It's just a hard line to waffle on, to be honest. You might as well be like Anton. I think like Mr. Fantastic or Ma was saying, and say, hey, man, I'm willing to get down if you want to, but I don't want to. I just want to talk. I want to debate. I want to have a lively conversation. If you push me, I will take it there, but I don't want to. It seems like to me, Corey was kind of egging it on. Say it again. Say it again. Say it again. Say it again. And then when he wouldn't say it, it's like, oh, I punked you. But then when Anton left, it's like, oh, well, I was going to hit him, but I'm successful and I ain't got to do that. So it's like, well, shit, man, what are these codes that everybody's talking about? Or what are these street dudes? I don't really know how it's supposed to work, to be honest to me.
Yeah, a lot of people aren't paying attention to the fact that as soon as Corey said, let's switch seats, the first thing he said when he sat down wasn't say it again. He didn't dare him to say it again as soon as it took him probably about another 45 seconds to get to the point where it's like, all right, we'll say it again. Say it to my face again. And then that's when Anton actually gets up this time and say, let's go outside. But immediately he didn't ask him to do that.
Yeah, but it's like, how many times I gotta fucking say it? You suck dick. Like, it's like, if you ain't gonna do nothing by the 3rd time, I really don't want to hear your mouth. You ain't gonna do nothing no way. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. Like, asking a dude to say some disrespectful shit 4 times, you're asking a lot from a street dude. I represent street dudes, and they ain't asking 4, 5, 6 times for you to repeat shit. But I'm just telling you what I've seen. I'm not a street dude myself.
That's what you correct, Lily, and I think some of the stuff it overlaps in the military, and I think Mr. Fantastic served in the military as well. He could tell you, man, like we ain't afraid to take no whooping. Well, we know if you really want to fight, it's not gonna take all of that or proximity. We will literally run towards you and tackle you to the ground type thing. And that's what I expected to happen. I was like, I don't know if I can follow that.
All right, give me go ahead, man.
I just was about to say, another thing is when you do live by certain codes too, other things that Anton was saying was just as disrespectful as suck my dick. Like when you say you not tough, you not going to do nothing. Those are like on the same par of like, oh, what? I'm not going, like, those are like equal, those are fighting words.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that they're equal, but you're definitely instigating. I feel what you're saying. You definitely like, oh, I ain't gonna do this, kind of testing your man that like you a punk, like you ain't nobody, you ain't gonna do shit.
Tell a street dude you won't. I dare you. You won't. He got to.
There ain't no code, man. If there was really a code, like a code like that, Anton probably would have got touched up outside. There was somebody he would have called, a security or somebody in his circle would have been like, he violated code. Like if you really violate code, you got people that's gonna do a bid for you. You ain't gonna put especially if he called himself successful. From what I understand, you got somebody that's gonna meet him before he get to the airport to get up out of there.
Can I ask you guys a question on real quick?
Yeah.
What's the code violation for Antoine going for a 4-week tirade talking about what he would have done to Corey, that he was scared and all that shit when he was back on his channel? I mean, he spent a long time.
There ain't no
saying
code.
what
That's
he would have
freedom of
done.
speech.
So
Ain't nobody
what?
from the police. That's freedom of speech. Ain't no code.
No. I'm saying if we're talking about man to man, you had the opportunity to do all the shit you said. Now we're going. Now you're telling me how bad you would beat his ass, how scared he was of you, and all that kind of stuff, man. I mean, I thought that was unnecessary. You know,
It's
once the
unnecessary.
beef was over, he should have
there
went
ain't
back
no.
to his channel and then moved on.
And like I said before, this is a case where we're not aligned. We're not aligned as people. We do things
Yeah.
differently, man. The way he run his household or his channel or whatever, or he voiced his opinion, man. That's just he reserved the right to be able to do that.
I
I mean,
think,
And I think it was
it's
part of,
Go
I think it was
ahead.
part of the chess game he was talking about. So again, he know Corey only goes live once a week. So you're gonna, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna keep talking, you know, press things and whatnot, what have you, and make him crash out even further. And again, not saying he thought it would have been that far, but to
Right.
keep the thing going, because again, Anton's doing this, you know, for YouTube. YouTube is his main thing. So
Exactly.
I mean, I don't agree with it. Again, I don't agree with talking to a man after it's over with. I'm with Darwin on that one. We beef, we fight, we do whatever it's over. But if you're thinking again, think content, hey, it worked.
100%.
yeah. This
Let me
is
bring
an
up.
opportunity
Hold on right
for.
quick. Hold on right quick.
Yeah,
Let
go
me bring
ahead.
up one more person. Shout out to Brian. Brian, thank you for so much for being patient and
Appreciate you.
no problem. Why don't you tell us, how do you feel about this whole situation with Corey and Anton and then the family kind of being brought into it?
Well, it's kind of crazy because I can honestly see all sides of this. And the only reason why I say is because I got brothers and uncles who are in the street who dealing dope. You know, they probably would have been some of your cases, lead, if you know what I'm saying. So,
Right.
and I understand Corey. I worked at a comedy club where Corey came at every year in Charlotte. I'm not going to say the name because I don't want to put him out there, but he's a nice guy. He's very humble. He's very to himself, and he's very private. And what many people don't understand, like I said, Mr. Fantastic said it, Dar said, all you guys said it. Corey only comes out with a show once a week, every Tuesday. He averages 10,000 people during the prime hours, whether it's him and D or him, Craig, and D. I've never missed a Tuesday, never missed none of them streams. I don't know necessarily what Anton does. I know he does the financial stuff. I know he does all of this stuff. But what he has to understand is you went on a world tour the whole week. You call this man a Neanderthal, and you can't expect him to act nothing but such. And Corey just posted a video saying, hey, look, we're going to leave it alone. Otherwise, we're going to be more monkey business.
Oh, did Corey post a video saying that
He did. He posted a video with a gorilla hat on, and he basically called out all the other stuff. You can look it up. It's on his Facebook page, on the fan page. And he said, look, Anton, you leave me alone, I'll leave you alone. And if you don't, it's going to be more monkey business. Let's call bygones be bygones. He did say that. I don't
And I
know if
thought
that
it
was
was pretty
before.
funny too.
I don't know if it was before the Tuesday show came out or after the Tuesday show came out. But what people have to understand is the way that man mind works. Like I say, he's over 50. Most people who are at that age, they ain't got time for all that stuff. They're gonna do is it's no bars hold. I'm not saying it's right. I don't agree with it. I got nieces. I don't want my niece being up there talking about, oh, she gotta pay for some booty, pay for whatever. That ain't right. But at the end of the day, when you're messing with a dude who say he's from Robert Taylor home in Chicago, he says it every show. You know this man his screws ain't necessarily right. Not saying that he's dumb or anything like that, but you know he's a comedian. He looks at everything abstract. He's right. So I'm not agreeing with Anton. I'm definitely not agreeing with Corey, but does the punishment fit the crime? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But at the end of the day, you gotta understand how most comedians are free thinkers, what they doing. That whole time they sit around and write jokes all day. They get jokes from life. So when you sit up there and try to make a joke out of this man, like talking about you about to make $1 million, all you do is keep poking the bear. And that man sit up there and put his child in there. He should have blurred out. He should have did all that. You put the wife up there, that's one thing, but you should have the child is a no-go. I definitely agree with Mr. Fantastic. Shout out to you. I think you and Kwame Brown on the thing yesterday. Shout out to him. Like, you mean business. You mean business. I understand it. I'm on the child side too. I agree with everything the lead talking about. I put it in the super chat. Like I said again, you can't sit up there and think that people are not going to say anything and you keep poking at them. This
You're
man
right.
he don't miss a Tuesday. He been doing this for 52 Tuesdays for 16 years. This man talk about his own daughter. This man talk about his own daughter and his baby mom being on top of cake. You really think your child is off limits? You think your wife off limits? This man was talking about his own baby mom and his ex-wife. This man is insane. He's 5150.
Yeah, we keep making that excuse, this comedian excuse, man. You know.
I'm not making no excuse. I'm just saying I know how people seem like. I worked in the comedy club.
No, I dig it, but like think about Cat Williams.
Go ahead.
Cat Williams fought a 12-year-old because he don't.
Yeah, you ain't supposed to do that. I'm not gonna fight no 12-year-old. I'm sick.
Cat Williams, he don't play with you.
I'm not gonna fight no kid. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, Cat Williams don't play with nobody. Like, do not cross his line because he will fight a 12-year-old. It don't matter.
And you can say that, and look what happened. And like, I ain't trying to put no names out there or whatnot like that, but look what happened to Mr. Carey in Mississippi. We don't know what happened. We know it was a beef that happened and whatnot, and somebody lied. We know. Don't nobody play with Cat. But the same way with Corey, he just went viral again about someone hitting some woman in the face outside the club. But also to that note, he already told everybody what happened. It's the same thing with Ray Rice. Ray Rice told the NFL that he hit his wife, and then they seen the tape, and then they suspended him. So that was already done before too when it comes to that. I just wanted to touch bases on that. I ain't gonna get off topic.
Gotcha, no problem. Listen, thank you so much for coming up, Brian. Really appreciate it. I'm gonna rotate this panel down.
Yes, sir. Y'all keep doing y'all thing, man. I'm glad y'all touching on me. Y'all be easy. Shout out to you, Lee.
Thank you so much, Brian. We got R Payne. Any final words, R Payne? I can't hear you for some reason, but it doesn't look like
you're not muted, but your audio off, R Payne.
I'm sorry, I was on the other mute. You know, it was thanks for letting me up. I think it was an opportunity lost, and I just think that Corey took it too far. And we'll see what happens next. That's it. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you so much, R Payne, for coming up. We got our man Mont. Mont, what do you think? Any closing words?
Man, I can't hear nothing y'all saying. I'm gonna just go next, man. Appreciate you, Lee. Hopefully, man, we can link up and do another collab. I'm trying to link up with you out here in Atlanta, man, and go to Papados or something, man.
Shout out to Papados, man. I stay my ass inside. Boy.
Man, just listen. I can't hear you. Just shoot me a DM, dog. I'm gonna holler at you.
All right, Pete. Shout out to Darwin. Sorry about that, Mont. Any closing words, pimp?
Like I said, man, I just want everybody to try and be as objective as possible when it comes to these situations. And I understand people got a history with Anton, and maybe they listen to some of the other things he's saying. It makes them feel a certain way about this. But at least for me personally, like when that popped off, I was like, I got my popcorn. I'm like, I'm gonna see who win. Like who gonna win this fight? What Corey about to do? What Anton about to do? And then, you know, they've made certain decisions after that, and I've just been critiquing each decision they've made. So just try to be objective about situations, and you know, and we can have these conversations. So. Yeah.
Gotcha. And are you Mont and Deja?
That's me. Yeah. You want to see a lot more.
I just read it. I can read it now. Thank you so much for all your support, Pip. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Really appreciate it. And then Mr. Fantastic, any closing thoughts?
Hey, Lee, man, glad to see you back and healthy, brother. Glad to see you again, man. I understand on this as a man, as a father. You know what I'm saying? Men is supposed to keep it at men, bro. I understand, you know, it's crash outs out here everywhere. But as men, we got to correct the ship and right the ship and get it back to where, hey, point blank period, leave the kids out of it. Everybody. Anton's not an innocent victim in this. It's not about Anton again. It's about, that's why I say it's a child. That's the only person I'm caring about here. 2 grown men can figure it out. Shout out, Lee, man. Appreciate you bringing me up.
All right. Big shout out to Mr. Fantastic. Shout out to everybody that came up. And again, I know there are a lot of people that I didn't get to reach, but I had said that before. You know, we've been going for over 4 hours. So, and I got some super chats to read. So please come up next time, whenever that next time is. Shit, where am I on these supers, man? Give me 1 second here. All right, so we'll start here, man. Shout out to Gary. Gary says, didn't he disrespect the woman who passed away that was shot by ICE? I think Anton did speak on it, but I'm not sure exactly what he said. We got another one here. Have you seen Corey's most recent post on TikTok? Anton's case has been weakened. Okay, is that when Corey was like, hey, man, if you drop it, I'll drop it? Just, I think someone just mentioned that. But that's interesting. So thank you so much. We got Wah here. Thank you, Wah. We got Viola. Viola Edwards has become a new member. Thank you so much, Viola. Really appreciate it. Got another one here. Does his daughter go to private school with the millions he spent on her? Can't see her while her classmates watching the 5150 show to even know. Her white classmates. Okay, well, what about her black classmates? All right. And shit, I bet everybody, Corey had, I think he maxed out at 25, 26,000 people in that live. You know, it would not be surprising to me if 10, 20, 30 people from that school were in there waiting, getting ready to hate. You know, they wanted some ammunition. So I would not be surprised if some of those students or people at the school were watching that show. Thank you so much. Shout out to Aaron. Aaron Hughes, thank you. Says Anton called minors dusty and they stink. And he showed their image. Please, someone pull it up for the lead. I mean, you know, you talking about other people's kids. And then when people talk about your own kids, it's a problem. Now, I think that I heard, and I don't know, I think what you're talking about is the whole Black Hebrew Israelites. Somebody said that photo or that video was kind of edited. And, you know, so I'm not sure. But if you don't want anybody to talk about your kids, it's a fair point that you really shouldn't be talking about anybody else's kids. So fair point, Aaron. Thank you so much. We got our man, Mont. Thank you again, Mont, for all your support, brother. Thank you. In fact, let me put my man, Mont, in the damn banner. I really appreciate it, Mont. And somebody write Mont in the chat. Mont was dropping knowledge, man. And Mont and Deja. For some reason, I could not read that shit correctly. I finally got it. So then big shout out to Mont. Thank you so much, Mont. Put my man in the banner there. What does Mont say? Thank you again, brother. It says, as men, we know there are only two options. Two options here. Either he get him touched or he sue him and pick your poison. I'd rather Corey go broke than to be unalive. That's true. Because Corey know how to make some money. If a comedian go broke, they just get on stage on Saturday, right? They got some money in their pocket. So big shout out to Mont. Totally agree. Shout out to my man Brian. Brian was up here. Brian says, you can't go on a world tour all week calling this man a Neanderthal and not thinking there's not gonna be a response from Corey. Corey called his own daughter and baby mama a B. Futon thinks he's special, man. You know, if you'll call your own mama a B, I guess my mama on the table. All right. So big shout out to Brian. Thank you. Shout out to Aaron. Aaron says, why is nobody re-airing the clips of Anton talking about other people's kids? The videos are still out there. And I don't necessarily want kids on. Y'all will notice, hopefully, that I did not play Corey's stream. I did not show Anton's kid. And Aaron, I'll be honest, I'm not trying to show anybody else's kids. I don't even have kids. Y'all can talk about my kids. I don't even have them. So I'm not really trying to show anybody else's kids, but I see where you're coming from. All right. Thank you so much. She's on Team USA. She's public. Well, she's in the public, but she's not necessarily public. You know, if you're just walking in the mall, you're in public, but you're not trying to make yourself a public figure, right? If you're playing volleyball on the beach, you're in public, but you're not making yourself legally a public figure just by doing that. So I think there's some nuance there. Big shout out again to Mr. Fantastic. Thank the brother for coming up. Says, but since it was whose kid it was, they said F them kids and it was okay. Could this be considered doxing also? Shout out to Fantastic was right. It's a great point. You know, you start talking about other people's kids and stuff, it gets messy real quick. So big shout out. Shout out to Twisted Pup. Says that lawsuit gonna be massive. How much? Somebody put in the chat, if there's a lawsuit and we're not wishing on it, and Corey apparently said, hey man, let's drop it, bygones be bygones. But if there is a lawsuit, You know, what do y'all think? How much is Anton, or specifically, how much is the child how much are they gonna ask for, or how much are they gonna get? If you were on the jury, how much would you give the child? That's a better question. If you were on the jury, how much would you give Anton and the child? How much would you give them? Great question, Twisted Pup. Thank you. Shout out to Mont. Mont said, "Oh, Wade's child is a public figure and an adult." I don't necessarily understand that, but thank you so much, Mont. Probably read it wrong. Shout out to Otis. Otis says, "A 55-year-old man pulling up a picture of a 17-year-old girl to make fun of her is sucker shit." You know, now Anton, Corey's people gonna say, well, you know, Anton shouldn't have been talking shit. She's just collateral damage. So, you know, it's like, where do you? I guess two things can be right at the same time. I don't know, right? Great point, Otis. Shout out to Aaron. Aaron says, I bring this up to show Anton's hypocrisy. It's 2 videos out here on other podcasts of him talking about minors and showing their image. Corey should use it as his defense. And maybe he was going to, but his production team fucked it up. His production team, terrible, apparently. I mean, I don't want to say they're terrible, but they really messed up that stream. That was an important stream. 25,000 people in the chat, and Corey was super frustrated that they couldn't get the videos right. Corey had in his mind how the shit was going to go. His production team was fucking it up. So I've been there with technical difficulties. A big shout out to Aaron. Shout out to Gen X Warrior. Says C student JD, but not a licensed attorney. All right, so shout out to Gen X. Has a Juris Doctorate, went to law school. He says, I believed Corey opened himself up to a lot of legal liability with what he said about the kid. Street mentality loses on this one. Corey will be pulling a Tasha K. I mean, people talk about street mentality, but what good is that going to do you when you're in the courtroom? Right? What does street mentality do for you in the courtroom? Oh, I'm not going to snitch. I'm not going to snitch. Fine, go to prison for 30 years. Street mentality is not your friend when you're in court. It can make you look worse. So, I mean, you're right about this one. Street mentality really only looks good in the street. And then most of the time it looks horrible then, if we're going to be honest. All right, so great point, Gen X. Thank you so much. We got HLD. Says, hope he sues Holcomb for everything he got. Dude has no man code and is a woman beater, allegedly. Him spend on them attorney's fees, make him spend on them attorney's fees. Karma is a B. I hear that. I hear that. All right. Thank you so much. We got Mont. My man Mont says, bro, think Anton did it to somebody else is a legal defense. That's crazy. From a context-less clip. At least try to be objective. And that's the thing. It's like, if I do something to you, then you do something to me, that's fine. But if I do something to you and then you go and shoot my best friend ain't have shit to do, like Corey would say, with what you and I going on. Like, but well, your best friend collateral damage. You shouldn't have been talking shit. It's kind of not the point. The point is, my best friend was out of it. Now you go and shoot him. Why didn't you shoot me? I'm right here. But instead of shooting a man, you're gonna go to the wife. Instead of shooting the man, you're gonna go to the child. But that's not sucker shit, because he had it coming, right? You don't fuck with the man, you fuck with the wife. You don't fuck with the man, you fuck with the child. You don't hit the man, you mush the woman in the face, right? But I don't know, man. Y'all know better than me. I can't call it. Shout out to Aaron. Thank you so much. Somebody write Aaron in the damn chat. Aaron has become a member. Thank you. Really appreciate that, Aaron. Shout out to Aaron. Become a member of the jury. Big shout out to HLD. Says they be asking what is the definition of a child. R. Kelly, do you like young women? How young we talking? All right. Shout out Mr. Fantastic. Says the backdooria these male 5150 fanboys are showing is embarrassing. Can't even explain the law. Yeah, man. Y'all didn't even want to hear the law. If it's against 5150, y'all are not trying to hear it. I don't think y'all are impartial. But it could be that, you get a jury, especially if the trial's out there in California. If there is a trial, I'm not saying that there is. It could be 1 or 2 5150 members on that damn thing. You know how they gonna ride. So big shout out, Mr. Fantastic. Shout out to Mont says, this is what happens when you get into a battle with someone smarter than you. Yes, Corey is funnier, but funny is paper. Being smart as scissors, okay? I never thought of it that way, but man, intelligence will take you a long way. Being funny is good, but shit, if you smart, I'm not saying that Corey's not smart, I hear what you're saying. Big shout out to Mont. Thank you. Again, Mont, thank you so much, brother. Thank you. Mont says, Anton told Corey during that episode, I've been playing chess all my life. If I'm not mistaken, I think I remember that. And now he's finding out. As an attorney, I will say, when I listened to Anton's last stream talking about the harm to his child, talking about the damages, that shit sounded pretty legal to me. But, that don't mean nothing. And I haven't talked to Anton about this. I don't know. Or Corey. I don't know if it's going to be a lawsuit or not. But it sounds like, there could easily be one. It sounds like the I's are being dotted and the T's are being crossed. Big shout out to mine. Shout out to Bruiser. Bruiser says, let me know if you need me to handle your light work, bro. Bruiser out here willing to get active in these streets. Big shout out to Bruiser. Shout out to CM, says, lead attorney, what if you, as a public figure, display your children or relatives on the internet? I'm a public figure, but my children are not, my relatives are not. But I am exposing them to criticism. I'm exposing them to praise. I'm exposing them to adulation, but I'm also exposing them to harm. That's why, I got a girlfriend or something, I'm not really going to bring her up here. Lead attorney, what the fuck? She a 7 lead attorney. She's a 10 to me, nigga. You got to be able to take it. Got to be able to take it, right? So big shout out to CM. It's being a public figure is tough. You're going to get it. You are going to get it. Big shout out to Aaron. Thank you so much, Aaron. Again, says, Anton spoke bad on minors and showed their image. That's what y'all are saying. So shit, Big shout out to Aaron. Thank you so much. Shout out to Time Out. We got Time Out in the house. Great to see you, brother. Said the person who got it worse was Mecca. Yeah. Mecca caught strays, but then Mecca's response on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the best, how did y'all feel about? I feel bad for talking about Mecca. I don't even know this girl, but shit, everybody else talking about her. I'm gonna throw my hat into the ring. Scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the best, how good did y'all think Mecca's response video was? Scale of 1 to 10. I know what I think. Shit. Says Timeout says Mecca didn't even appear to get on the show. She did not. She was called a side chick. She was called a bitch. Let's be honest, multiple times, and probably suffered a loss of reputation, all for her friend's financial gain and ego. Well, I don't think it was all for him, because Mecca really wanted to be on that show too, and that was proved by Mecca's video. So, shout out to Mecca. I don't know anything about her. I had never heard of her since Corey started going off on her. But shit, Corey, she really did. I mean, Time Out, you're right. She really caught some strays. She absolutely caught some strays. Thank you so much, Time Out. Great to see you, brother. Shout out to K of Spades. I like that name. K of Spades says, I hope Anton does sue Corey. I'm a firm believer that you don't bring kids into an adult beef. It's hard to argue with that. It's hard to argue with that rule. So you're right. Shout out to Unc. Unc B Streaming says, we're going to act like Anton didn't act tough and crazy. Sorry, guys, my eyes are getting tired. We're going to act like Anton didn't talk tough and crazy shit for a week. Corey got kids who got to see their dad talking about like a dog. Anton fam, not gods. All right. My man continues. Big shout out to Unc. Says he said when she grow up, she was gonna have to pay for box like him when she grow up. Not any acts as a child, and he spoke about her, not to her. He spoke about her, not to her. He said, this is what he said. He said, don't make no more kids, Anton. That B is going to be buying P like you after a while. So, Unc, he did not say when she grows up. You're inflating it. She didn't say when she grows up. He said after a while. Unc, after a while can be 10 minutes. After a while can be while she's still a child. So I see what you're trying to do a little bit. You're trying to, shout out to 5150, shout out to Corey, but you're trying to bolster him. You're changing the transcript. Corey did not say when she grows up like you said. He said after a while. You're making him look bad when you try to change the words to make him look good. You're cutting him down by trying to pump him up. But big shout out to Ollie. Thank you so much. Shout out again to Aaron. Thanks, Aaron. Aaron said, Lee, please look at the 2 clips of Anton. Aaron is pissed off about these damn clips. Aaron, I would, pimp, but I don't want to engage in the same thing Corey said. I do not want to bring kids on my show. I don't. I do not. I can't remember the last time I did a live stream and brought kids on. I can't remember. Now, I did do a body cam video with a kid, but that damn thing had millions of views. So I said, shit, they looking at it. Y'all want to look at it too. But that's on the main channel. And that's just a video. That's just body cam stuff. But on a live stream, I don't bring up kids. And you will notice, Aaron, that I did not bring up the stream with Anton's kid. So I don't want to bring up Anton's kid. I don't want to bring up Corey's kids. I don't want to bring up the Hebrew Israelites' kids. Can we just say no fucking kids? So I feel you, Aaron, but I do not want to bring kids on the show. All right, but thank you so much, brother. I feel where you're coming from. Big shout out to Unc said everything Corey said was about her adult self. It's not true, Unc. Not necessarily true. He never said, "Oh, she gonna take this D when she's an adult." He never said the word adult. So you're trying to pump him up, and it's admirable, but that's not what he said. That's not what he said. Shout out to Tish. Tish said, "Stay on their head." I'm on a ninja head. Shout out to Tasha K. Shout out to It's Worship Time. Thank you so much. Shout out to Caring. Carrington Love Jr. says Corey has a wild video with Tiffany Haddish from the past involving kids. Was that Corey? I know Tiffany did he did something with Aries, right? I did a stream on Tiffany and Tiffany Haddish. And right when I ended it, I got an email. It said, call me. It was from Tiffany. I was like, hello? She was like, Lead, I saw the stream. I was like, shit. She cool, man. She got a lot of shit going on. But she's real cool. We talked 2-3 times. I was going to see if she's going to let me hit. No, that's a joke. But we did talk 2-3 times. But she's a real, she got a lot of shit going on, man. Big shout out to Tiffany Haddish. But yeah, I know he had that thing with Tiffany had that thing with Aries Spears. That shit was crazy. And I already read this one again. Big shout out to Dr. Devil Dog, and thank you so much for coming up, brother. And thank you for the support. Shout out to Rome. Says Corey going to call you soon for help. I'm retired, guys. I am retired. But thank you so much, Rome. We got our man King. King in the house. Thank you. Says I'm here watching from the sidelines, eating my popcorn. All right, that's the best place to be. Y'all don't know about that damn Juvenile in the 99 2000s. He said, I'd rather see it on TV than to see it in person. Now, my fucking head hurting. I agree. I'll sit here and watch it on YouTube all day. So King got the right idea. I stay my ass in the house. I stay out the way. So me and King are right here with it. Absolutely. Let y'all ninjas fight. Thank you so much, King. Shout out to Radio. Radio says, when started 2026? 100%. Yeah, this thing is kicked off. So you are absolutely right about that. We got his worship time. Says his daughter could be traumatized because of his affair with Mecca. All right, guys. Ain't nobody having an affair with Mecca. I will say this. I don't know, man. It's like, for a married man to say, oh, I keep bad bitches around me all the time, from a traditional sense, it does sound a little weird, but you never know what's allowed and not allowed in people's relationships. You never know that. And Anton's been with this lady for what, 20, 25 years or something? So, man, you can kind of get relaxed and everybody know each other's heart. I don't think he's cheating. You went hard on that, his worship time. Thank you. Shout out to Mon. Thank you so much, Mon. Says that guy just made a strong point on why he should sue. He said from now on it's open season on Anton. 5150 opened the floodgates. Trolls have her pick now. And that's the thing, man. Everybody has seen how hard the 5150 community rolls. Everyone. He might have the strongest, most loyal community on YouTube. Because if you 5150, you ain't even really trying to listen to nothing that's going against Corey. I mean, Corey got some loyal fans. And so if they want to get under your skin, boy, I mean, that's a great point. When you show people your weakness, don't talk about my family. Well, now here they come. All right, so great point about that. We got Black Panther says, what does your ex look? What does she look like? I don't know. I ain't seen her in years. I ain't seen that girl in years. Big shout out to Black Panther. Shout out to Aaron. Aaron says, lead attorney Anton is on video. Aaron is not going to fucking give up. Lead attorney they out there cutting a fool. Lead attorney Anton is on video talking about people's dead kids, calling minors dusty, and showed their image not to be one-sided. Listen, again, if you don't want people to talk about your kids, that's fine. But, probably shouldn't open the door to talk about anybody else's kids. So I get you. Shout out to Mon again. Thank you, Mon. Says, it's not unclear, respectfully, that Ninja stupid. Okay, whoever we talking about. Agree to disagree says there will be a few content creators countersuing Anton if he wins this lawsuit. Anton is guilty of the same sin. Let him who is without guilt cast the first stone, man, I don't know. Aaron has clearly said that Anton's talking about people's kids. So Aaron wants everybody to know that. So maybe there will be. Who knows? Big shout out to Agree to Disagree. My man Mont again says Anton is not going to sue, yet he got to let this bubble. He's going to let the demagogues, He is going to let the damages vest. They need time to manifest. All right, going to let it cook up. Got to play the game smart. Listen, guys, I love y'all. All right, I'll do, but I'll be honest with y'all. I was diagnosed with cancer last year. Was it last year? And I had to do a damn stem cell transplant. It was all fucked up. And I'm on all these damn medications. And they are affecting my eyes. I wear glasses, but I don't want to wear glasses on the screen because of all the fucking all the lights and stuff. But suffice it to say, man, I don't stream anymore, guys, because the streaming, it just takes too much out of me. I've started making videos now because I gotta be real with it. So I've been streaming for 5 hours. And I'll be honest, I'm tired, boss. I'm tired. So I want to thank everybody who gave super chats, and I really want to read them all, but I can't get through them. I might, maybe another day I'll pick up where I left off, but I got to close this one out. So, but thank y'all and I apologize because usually I always read the super chats, but I'm gonna pull out the cancer card. Have pity on me. It's incurable. So. But I want to thank everybody who is in the chat, man. Y'all found this. I didn't even know y'all were going to find it. I didn't know y'all were getting my notification. This is on my back channel. This ain't even on the main channel. So I want to thank y'all. Everybody was talking about this Anton stuff, but no one was talking about it from a legal perspective. So I wanted to give my 2 cents as well. Want to give a big shout out to everybody who was in the chat, everybody who contributed, man, supported the stream. Give a huge shout out to Aaron, because Aaron wants everybody to know that Anton was talking shit about other people's kids. Big shout out there. Shout out to my man, Aaron. We got people in the banner that I definitely want y'all to see. These are the people who went way over and above in supporting the stream. So I really want to shout them out. Big shout out. We see the Tip Network. Thank you so much to the Tip Work. We got Dr. Devil Dog. Thank you. We got SB. I was going to say something, but I don't want to mess it up. Thank you so much, SB. We got the beautiful Ken Goddess. Thank you to the beautiful Ken Goddess. We got Yaker. I hope I'm saying that right. Yakar or Yaker, thank you. Of course, we can't forget about the little gaming channel. Brother to the channel. Excellent human being. And I want to give a huge shout out to the people who left Cash Apps. Thank you so much. And again, SB, thank you. And to the stream sponsor, somebody, if you enjoyed this, can you do me a huge favor? Put 1L, all right? For Colette. Somebody write Colette in the damn chat. Can you spell it with 1L? She is the stream sponsor, all right? Big shout out to Colette. Beautiful, beautiful woman on the outside and even more importantly, on the inside. Huge supporter of me and the channel. So big shout out to Colette. Thank you so much. All right, guys, y'all have been asking me for this, so I gave y'all the stream. Hope y'all picked up a little bit of my perspective. Shout out to 5150. Shout out to Anton. Hopefully, this doesn't go to a trial or anything. I just wanted to, give some insights into a legal perspective. Who knows if there's going to be a lawsuit or not? Who knows who will win or not? Who knows anything? All right, this is all speculation. Thank you guys so much. If anything other comes through this, maybe I'll jump on it, maybe not, man. If I will be, it'll be on the back channel. So go ahead and subscribe. And yeah, so I will see you guys when I see you. And I hope y'all have a good evening. In Atlanta, we're supposed to get this damn storm tomorrow about 1 p.m. I don't know where you guys are at. Hopefully y'all are hunkered down. That's what we say in Georgia, hunker down. Hunker down, dogs. Hopefully y'all have power. That's the number one thing, man. Hopefully everybody has power so you can heat your house. You know, it's fucked up when you can't get on the internet, but when it's cold, you really do need the heat. So hope y'all are staying safe. Y'all pray for me. Pray for my house. And that it's warm over here and I don't lose power, and we'll go from there. So thank you guys so much again. And I will see you on the next one. Okay. Big shout out to Anton Daniels. Big shout out to 51.